Good afternoon, everyone, and thank you for being here today. You're at a regular meeting of the Board of County Commissioners on August 11th. We are honored to have with us today to lead us in invocation Pastor Otis Barnett from Calvary Church in Inverness and U.S. Army veteran Miss Diane Davis from Hernando, Florida. So if you are able and willing, please rise, and Pastor Otis, please come to the front.
Good afternoon. I want to just start today by saying there are good things happening in this county, and I want to thank all of the commissioners for leading in this community. Our church is seeing somewhere between 3,000 and 5,000 people fed in this community. We're seeing foster children taken care of, and that's and we just did a ribbon cutting for a brand new school that launched under your careful watch. And I just want to say that's an indication of what can happen in a community when we stand unified and we stand together, one in purpose. I want to thank you for the invitation to be here. And before I pray, on the way over, I was reminded of probably one of the least religious founders' statements is Ben Franklin. As we were trying to forge the Constitution, he said these words to men who had been squabbling for some time. He said, "Sirs, I've lived a long time. And the longer I live, I'm convinced of this proof, that God governs in the affairs of men. And if a sparrow cannot fall to the ground without his knowledge," he says, "is it probable that an empire, or in our case, a county, could rise without his aid? We have this assured in the sacred writings, except the Lord build a house, those that labor in vain." Let's pray today. Lord, we come here today first with a heart of gratitude. Lord, what an amazing community you have given us to raise our kids, to build businesses, Lord, to find friends and neighbors, local and those who have moved from all over this great country. Lord, I ask today for what Solomon asked for, wisdom. Wisdom to lead this people for our commissioners. Lord, we recognize without your hand and providence, we will fail. We ask for your help. I thank you, Lord, for not only its leaders, but Lord, the many constituents of this county who care deeply about its future. We ask now your blessing on this meeting. Give us wisdom and your aid in Jesus' name. Amen.
Amen.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you. You may be seated. And thank you, Pastor and Miss Davis. Appreciate you both being here. Okay, Madam Clerk.
This is a regular meeting of the Citrus County Board of County Commissioners on this 11th day of August 2026. In attendance are Chair Diana Finnegan, First Vice Chair Janet Barrick, Second Vice Chair Jeff Kennard, Commissioner Rebecca Bays, Commissioner Holly Davis, County Administrator Steve Howard, and County Attorney Denise A. Diamond Lynn.
Thank you. Mr. Howard, do you have any additions?
Yeah, just a few items. First one is C1 to pull the minutes, the governing body special library district preliminary budget hearing minutes for July. (2025-00010) Lecanto Sand LLC. Pictures and emails were added from Hollins Ranch, Citrus Mining and Timber Inc., Dixie Hollins, and Robbie Pickett's Construction Inc. have been added. That's all I have.
Thank you. Board?
Madam Chair?
Yes, sir.
I would like to pull H1, although it's reasonable in concept, I still believe that it,
Hold on. That wasn't a motion. You were just asking, right?
Yeah.
Okay, so you said second. I just wanted to make sure you weren't making a motion. Okay, Commissioner Kennard?
Would you consider leaving it on there just for discussion? Not necessarily voting to accept what's in there for
Sure.
but there's some other things that I'd like to bring to the discussion before we go further down that road.
okay, perfect.
I'm in agreement, we need to do something, but let's make sure we get it right.
Okay, perfect. I'll withdraw.
And I'd
Motion to-
make a motion that we accept the agenda with the changes noted by Mr. Howard.
Second.
Motion by Commissioner Kennard, second by Commissioner Davis. Any public comment? Any further board discussion?
I do have one question because I was listening, but were there any deletions that I need to mark so I don't? Okay, just want to make sure.
C1.
C1?
It would just be those special minutes within there that you won't be approving them, they'll be approving those.
Okay,
That'd be
thank
it.
you.
All those in favor? Aye. Any opposed? Motion carries 5-0. Next, we have our proclamations.
Motion approved, B1, 2, and 3.
Second.
Motion by Commissioner Kennard, second by Commissioner Davis. All those in favor? Aye. Any opposed? Motion carries 5-0. Please meet me at the front.
Would those for World Breastfeeding Month please come forward? As everyone's gathering, whereas World Breastfeeding Month is celebrated annually in August to highlight the importance of breastfeeding and to support breastfeeding-friendly environments. And whereas breastfeeding offers essential benefits, including ideal nutrition, stronger immunity, and important bonding for mothers and infants. And whereas the American Academy of Pediatrics recommends exclusive breastfeeding for the first 6 months and continued breastfeeding alongside solid foods for at least 2 years or longer as desired. And whereas local healthcare providers, public health organizations, and advocates, including the Florida Department of Health and Florida West Coast Breastfeeding Task Force, work to educate families, expand access to resources, and support breastfeeding throughout Citrus County. And whereas Citrus County values strong families, healthy child development, and the broad public health benefits of breastfeeding, and now therefore be it resolved by the Board of County Commissioners of Citrus County, Florida, do hereby proclaim the month of August 2026 as Breastfeeding Support Month and encourage all citizens to join in this worthy observance.
Thank you for being here today. August is National Breastfeeding Month. Breastfeeding is a cornerstone of health, providing countless benefits for both mother and child, including lowering risks of breast and ovarian cancer, type 2 diabetes, and sudden infant death syndrome. And your support helps ensure that our community has the resources, education, and encouragement needed to thrive. Citrus County continues to work to improve breastfeeding outcomes through increased education and offering free lactation services to mothers in our county, regardless of income and insurance. Thank you to the Board of County Commissioners. Your support sends a powerful message that our community values and supports the essential role of breastfeeding.
Right. I'm going to ask staff to come forward with these awards recognition. I'm going to start reading this. Each year, the National Association of Counties Achievement Awards are given in 18 categories that reflect the vast comprehensive services county provide. The categories include children and youth, criminal justice and public safety, county administration, information technology, health, civic engagement, and more. Launched in 1970, the program is designed to recognize innovation in county government. Each nominated program is judged on its own merits and not against other application. Citrus County has been recognized with 17 achievement awards from NACO this year. This awards honor innovative, effective county government programs that strengthen services for residents. And I couldn't be more prouder of Team Citrus. So remember when I walked the halls of county government the first couple weeks with Citrus County? Get them all up here. We knew we were going to have a full house here with all these awards. But I couldn't be more prouder of Team Citrus. But when I walked the halls of county government my first few weeks on the job, I had asked staff when was the last time this county was recognized by NACO, and it was in the 1990s. And I said, all this innovation that you all are doing as Team Citrus needs to be recognized starting today. So in the last 36 months, they've achieved 41 awards. So that's something to be proud of. It's something to celebrate. So I commend all the great work that they're doing. We'd have to go into every category. We'd be here for a couple hours. I don't think you want to do that today. But on citruscounty.gov, we have all the programs, all the achievements that they've achieved, and we've recognized them. So good, hands-off, excellent job that Team Citrus has done. Thank you for your great service to our community. Thank you. And we have another award. So I'm gonna ask the Risk Manager Professional of the Year, Ellen Nichols, which I was so glad to actually take her from Southwest Florida to bring her here a couple years ago. But we want to recognize her. The Board of County Commissioner recognizes Ellen Nichols, Risk Manager, for being named the 2026 Risk Management Professional of the Year by the Preferred Governmental Insurance Trust. So congratulations to you. You're doing a fabulous job for Citrus County. And we knew you were doing a great job, and now the whole state knows it. So congratulations. Possibly, yeah, possibly. So. Thank you.
Okay, that moves us right along to the consent agenda. Remember, C1 has been removed.
Motion to approve the consent agenda with the deletion of C1.
Second?
Motion by Commissioner Davis, second by Commissioner Kennard. Any public comment? Any further board discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries 5-0. We have time for one person for open to the public. So whoever's got the green card that says number 1, you can come up and then we'll have a public hearing at 1:15. Welcome. Please state your name and where you're from. You have 3 minutes.
Yes, my name is Orlando Lopez. I live at 5371 North Highland Park Drive, and I'm here representing the residents of Forest Lake North, the neighborhood that's directly impacted by the cement plant in the Citrus Industrial Park. Last month, I invited each one of you to come to my home for coffee and hear the noise that we live with 5 days a week. Only 2 people took that offer seriously. Commissioner Rebecca Bays and candidate Stacy Worthington. Each spent more than 2 hours at my home listening to the noise. They heard partial of what we hear. Heavy industrial noise that comes and goes depending on mixing, loading, and silo activity. It is loud enough to interrupt sleep, conversations, and the normal use of our homes. Today, I want to bring that same experience back to the board. Not the coffee, but the noise itself. For the next 30 seconds, I'm going to play a recording of some of what we hear. And this is not occasional. This is our daily reality. But it's really not all, because there's also additional noise that I didn't record, banging and vibrations. Now, 2 weeks ago, several neighbors and I submitted a formal request to place this issue on a future board agenda. We sent it to all commissioners and to the county administrator. We had received no acknowledgement at all until Sunday, when Commissioner Bays responded to my inquiry to tell me that nothing had been done. Now, she has been the only commissioner communicating with us, and I appreciate her continued support and engagement. If the county believes that nothing can be done, we need to know. We need to know that clearly, because if that's the issue, then we need to plan our next move. We're not going away. We're organized. We're documenting everything. And we are committed to seeing this through. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, we will go to, I believe it's H1, our public hearing.
Yes, Commissioners, this is advertised for a public hearing, so we need to go ahead and at least open that public hearing and then have your discussion. So at the conclusion of the public hearing, you're going to be asked to consider an ordinance of Citrus County, Florida, creating Chapter 79 entitled Short-Term Vacation Rentals, providing for severability, providing for inclusion into the code, providing for modification that may arise from consideration of public hearing, and providing for an effective date.
So we're talking about it now. It is a public hearing. Do we want to hear from the public first?
It's advertised to conduct a public hearing, so you can do that, or if you wanted to cancel the public hearing and have a discussion, that's your prerogative.
Well, I want to keep the public hearing. That's what's on the agenda. That's what we voted to pass. And if anyone's here to speak to that, I think that they need their opportunity to speak. So at this time, I will open it up to the public. If anyone would like to come from the public and speak specifically on an ordinance for short-term vacation rentals. We are only speaking about short-term vacation rentals. Hi, welcome. And just a reminder, you'll have to state your name, where you're from. You have 3 minutes unless you're representing an organization. You let the clerk know, then we will set 5 minutes on the clock. The clerk has final say in whether they have a letter on file or not. Please keep all comments respectful. And during the meeting, of course, we'll have no clapping, booing, jeering, or any outbursts from the audience. And please, when you're at the podium, direct all comments to me, the chair. Thank you and welcome.
Thank you, Madam Chair. My name is Vicki Tastron. My address is 2746 North Canterbury Lake Drive, Hernando, Florida. I have lived in the Keys for the last 30 years, property management being my main source of incomes. I come here today to tell you I think you're on the right track. You need to do this. You're ahead of the ball game at this point, and I commend you for that. I do think with what I saw, and I was glad to hear Commissioner Bays say it, you have some more things to put in this before it really goes into workshops and so forth. One of those I noticed right off was you had nothing about noise ordinance and decibels. You had nothing about the time frame that is quiet time. Your size of 150 square feet per living space is ridiculous. That means a house that is 1,750 square feet, even if it's only 2 bedrooms, can house 11 people. You need to bring that in. I strongly suggest, having worked in that field, that you do 2 people per bedroom plus 2, with a maximum of any house being 10, with the exception if you have something that falls into that 6-bedroom category. But overall, if you decide, I guess what I'm really saying is if you decide to go with the square feet, put a cap on how many people can be in a house. I will stop there. I could go on and on. I respect and thank you for your time.
Thank you for being here. Next speaker.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. My name is Rob Tesmer Jr. I live in Inverness. I'm a local real estate broker owner. I am speaking today as an independent business owner. I'm not representing the Realtors Association in any way. I'm strongly urging you to vote no on this ordinance. This is an unnecessary overreach into private property rights. The recitals state an intent to control neighborhood impacts like noise, trash, and parking, but Citrus County already has robust nuisance, noise, and parking laws on the books. The root issue isn't a lack of regulation, it's a lack of targeted code enforcement against actual bad actors. Adding a costly annual registry layer won't stop a late-night disturbance. Enforcing the existing laws will. Monroe County down in the Keys has been cited as a precedent. Their rental registry exists only because it was grandfathered in prior to June 1st, 2011. Citrus County does not lacks that legal immunity. There's other communities that have tried this since then. Flagler County had rules invalidated by a Florida AG opinion. Miami Beach saw extreme penalties struck down by courts. Indian Rocks Beach faces massive Burt Harris property rights lawsuits, and Santa Rosa County stalled in compliance backlogs. However, if you guys are determined to pass Chapter 79 today, despite the legal risks, please consider these flawed provisions before taking your vote. Amend 79-7, create a formal variance or grandfathering mechanism for existing properties, requiring strict off-street parking minimums without an exemption. Without that process, creates an immediate undue hardship on pre-existing homes built in older subdivisions where there is off-street parking physically impossible to add through no fault of the owner. Without a variance process, this clause exposes the county to immediate diminished property value claims. Strike 79-8A altogether. Remove that post-personal contact details on the front exterior of the dwelling. That needs to go away. Exterior signage advertising the property as vacant is a target for crime. It creates privacy hazards. It invites vandalism. Emergency contact details are already required to be posted internally in the house in another section, which is where it belongs. And then amend Section 79-8B, the mandatory 2-hour physical arrival by a designated representative. Active neighbor disputes, rowdy crowds, late-night noise violations, those are public safety matters that should not be handled by a property manager or a private owner. That would put them in physical harm's way. So protecting private property rights, enforce existing nuisance laws against the bad actors, and please just consider voting no on it. But if it passes, please consider doing those three things. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Next speaker.
Hi, my name is Victoria Frayne. I live in Lecanto. I am also a local real estate agent here just representing myself. I don't represent the Realtors Association whatsoever, and I should have gone before Rob, but so my fiance actually has a waterfront Airbnb. We have the ability to set how many people we think is appropriate to be in. We're always respectful of our neighbors. We know that sometimes, even as a realtor, we do hear complaints about certain areas where people get upset, especially during scallop season, about noise coming in or too many cars being parked somewhere when you live in a beautiful waterfront community. So I do understand that there are irritations with those, but I do also think that if we had the ability to lean a little bit more on the county as far as the same thing, kind of like what Rob said, is the noise, the traffic and whatnot, without coming down with more regulation on Airbnb owners. It's going to disproportionately come down on the owners, and it's going to be costly. I don't know exactly what your cost is going to be associated with having to be on this register, but I know personally one who's really against over-regulation and having to pay more fees. That's not going to go over very well. I do think that in other counties, just doing some brief research, it has negatively impacted property values. It's going to push our Airbnb owners to other areas that are less regulated. And in Citrus County, we have between 800 and 1,100 current short-term rental owners. So one, my question is going to be, is this going to be a new position that the county is going to have to hire someone to go in and constantly check and verify that each Airbnb owner or short-term rental owner has complied on the application? I wonder what that's going to cost. Two, what are the funds going to be used for that are going to be collected? And then three, we have to think about the fact that there was an average of 1.6 to 1.7 million tourists that come to Citrus County. 35% of them are choosing to go to Airbnbs because the average occupancy is 6 to 8 people. which is definitely being utilized a lot by the scallopers and the families. And they're coming to enjoy our nature coast, which means they're also giving us 35% of our $428 million of tourism money. And I know for a fact that this is not going to go well for a lot of people. So if you are determined to be able to have this go through, I would definitely second what Rob had said with his suggestions, and just not regulating it too much. But I would just prefer it to be no altogether and find alternative ways to ease the irritations that a lot of our community members have. So thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Next speaker.
Good morning, Joe Papp, 22 years in Crystal River, loving it. If you guys could indulge me for 1 second, there's a new, okay, so it's not an Airbnb, but it's called Pad Share. So it's a transitional housing for people that have gone through certain things, right? Alcohol, drugs, they're trying to get back on their feet. They planted one in our subdivision. I made all sorts of phone calls. There are no regulations about pad shares. It should be added. Now, in other counties, pad shares, or whatever you want to call them, they have to be within a certain amount of distance from transportation, hospitals, grocery stores. That's not the case in our subdivision. When we made, I don't even know how many phone calls I made, but they told me 6 people maximum per house. And I don't know if that's true. I mean, I had an Airbnb, they snuck in 8, but I think that should be somehow added, because pad shares are nowhere in Citrus County. There's no legislation. So we have old people a lot of old people in our community. What if we've already had one arrested? So what do we do? So all I'm asking is, do you bundle this together with Airbnb or somehow? But pad shares should be regulated, not only to the area, but to the amount of people that they can have in those homes. And the neighborhood gets to vote on it. I was told anything within so many feet. Well, we're 2 acres apart, 2 to 4 acres apart. Well, 300 feet, 400 feet, that's stupid. Every neighbor in my neighborhood should have the yes or no vote on a business that comes into that property. So, Airbnbs, I'm okay with them. I agree that it shouldn't be overregulated. We owned one, couldn't stand it, so we did a long-term rental. But I think people should be allowed to do it, but with restrictions. So anyway, you guys have good judgment. I'll leave it to that. But please consider putting pad shares along with Airbnb. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments.
I'm going to be talking. Okay.
Next speaker, please. Just remember your number, Mr. Papp, that was on your green sheet.
To you and directly to the commissioner?
Can I
I'm
assist
just
you?
wondering, yes, I'm just wondering if I have to disclose, if I have a reason not to disclose.
Your name or your address?
Name, address, whatever. Which one do you need?
Madam Attorney?
Yes.
Is it protected under 119, the address, or just your name?
Okay, Mary Capmore. There's just a few things that I thought I should share. First thing is, there's a lot of talk about how many Airbnbs there are, and there are a lot of Airbnbs. Matter of fact, the market is severely oversaturated. So accommodating the ones we have is a great idea, but I don't think people would be asking for some sort of rules, guidelines, restrictions, registrations, if there wasn't a need for it. And sorry, I'm nervous.
That's okay.
The main thing I'd like to point out is that y'all are here for not just businesses, but for all the citizens of Citrus County. And we're not all big business owners, and we maybe don't donate to the y'all have some elections coming up. But anyhow, I think it's important to remember that it's not just businesses that are going to be regulated and affected. You've got your hotels and stuff, and they have rules to follow. So if there are rules and regulations that they have to follow, and if we have commercial Airbnbs, why is there not some sort of a mimicking of it, or why do they not have to follow the same rules? If I go stay in an Airbnb and they have a swimming pool and I have kids and they go in the water, who has made sure the water is clean, clear? Who has made sure that there are life jackets hanging up? Who has made sure that the owner of the short-term rental has the correct short-term rental insurance in case there is a calamity? Because Airbnb does not cover any damages for a host. The insurance they have will protect people, but I think my point is that the people who own or manage short-term rentals in the city or in the county of Crystal River are not necessarily aware of how they're protecting themselves and the people that stay in the Airbnbs. So to me, it's more a safety issue. And if the rules are there to protect people in other commercial establishments, I think some of them should also be applied to short-term rentals, if that makes sense. I've driven by, yes, it's scallop season, and I've driven by houses that have 6 or 7 cars. If an ambulance has to come up and help, or if a fire truck has to come up, they can't even have ingress to get to the property because there's so many boats and water toys all blocking entrance to a house, an apartment, a condo. And I just think that that's not always in the best interest of everyone here in the county. Okay? That's it. It's pretty simple, pretty short. Thank you for your time.
Thank you for your comments. Is there another speaker? Anyone else would like to speak about this subject? Okay, with that, I will close the public portion of this hearing. Board?
Go ahead. Go ahead.
All right. Madam Chair, I ask that this be kept on the agenda today just to have a discussion. I am a firm believer that we need to do something. I don't like additional government regulations, but I've experienced firsthand a growing number of these short-term rentals in a neighborhood, and it's causing a deterioration of the quality of life for the people that have already lived there. In fact, just yesterday morning in my office, I had a gentleman ask me if there's anything the county could do about them. He said that his street out in Dixie Shores has 24 homes on it. 9 of them now are short-term rentals. He said that whole community, the experience of that whole community is changing very, very rapidly on the 3 streets that are in there. Going back a number of years ago, I sent a picture to then Representative Masulo of a short-term rental on our street that had no less than 9 vehicles parked in the front yard and 4 boat trailers, and asked him, can you please give us some latitude to do something about this? So I was glad to see this on the agenda. I don't know if the right way forward is for us to, to write our own ordinance or to look at maybe mimicking an ordinance from Monroe County. I've stayed down in Key Colony Beach many, many times over the years. And that's a very pleasant, I don't believe it's exclusively rentals, but there are an awful lot of rentals there. It's very controlled. The number of vehicles that can be in the driveway, the number of boat trailers, the number of people that can be in the unit itself. It seems very, very well organized, and naturally a lot of people still get to enjoy the experience of a short-term rental, but it's in a very controlled environment. I would like to see us look at doing something like that. Last time we talked about this, I was contacted by somebody down there. I think it was from Host Compliance, who's the company I believe that Key Colony Beach utilizes or manages their short-term rentals. I'm sure there are others, but I can tell you from firsthand experience, they have a great handle on what's happening down there. And certainly we get our influx of people during scallop season. That place used to be an absolute zoo during the mini season for lobster season. It's not on Key Colony Beach, I can tell you that, again, from firsthand experience. I did have a gentleman from out in Indian Waters, I believe it was, called me. This is going back maybe a month or so ago. Just very frustrated with the number of short-term rentals that are there now Since the hurricanes, houses were flooded, investors moved in, cleaned up the houses. They don't live there, so they're renting them out now. So he's very frustrated with what's happening on his street. And he asked if there was a way that we could post inside of these rental homes, different speed limit zones where, how to operate your boat in their community, leaving the canals and so forth. What's an acceptable noise level in and out of those canals, things like that. And I told him we had a discussion coming up about it, and so I would gladly bring up that idea. So I don't know how much enforcement we have over that, but at least some type of an informational post in there about how to behave yourself when you're in somebody else's neighborhood. Have fun, enjoy your stay. We're glad you're here, but let's be part of the community and not the 24-hour party for the length of your vacation.
Commissioner Bass?
Very good. Really not here to put a lot of regulation on this, but many of the points that you hit are my concerns. The loud noises, vehicles blocking a road, trash spilling over, and then repeated neighborhood disturbances. So those are all some of the things. One of the big ones for me, the lady addressed, was the square footage of a house. So if you had a 4,000 square foot house, you could technically, by the math in this, say that you could have 26 occupants. So I think there's several things as this was drafted that needs some visiting. One of the other points that you made is boat anchors. So as people, we're between Crystal River and Homosassa, they're working hard in replanting grass, and we want people to know about boat anchors and what that means, tearing up that new grass and restoring our springs. So that was one for me. Really, the registration for me was a way to have somebody to contact, and if the owner or whoever the representative is can't regulate this and keep it in control, then we have someone that can be contacted, and after three strikes, you're out. You can't have it anymore. It's not really so much about collecting a registration fee, although that's the way that you get some meat on the bone there, but having some provisions that we can help our residents, because these are residential areas. People they buy a home, they expect that to be their neighborhood where they live day in, day out. And with Airbnbs, the turnover sometimes, especially during the summer months, was scalloping. Owners that have some responsibility to the people that they're renting to.
Commissioner Barrick.
I read through the ordinance, and as I read through it, I realized we don't say a maximum occupancy. And there should be a maximum occupancy due to the square footage under the temperature-controlled surface. So we need to go back and do something about that. I hate to say the words, but up north, houses have certificate of occupancy. The square footage is how many people can live in it. And you have to go by that because the Board of Health makes it. Okay, so we need to do something, because when I read this, like you said, they could have a whole lot of people coming in. Okay, we need to have, each house has to have a pamphlet. And that pamphlet has to have the county ordinances telling the occupants what the noise is, what the times are, what time you can do this, what time you can do that, stop at this, the fact that we'll only allow firecrackers on certain days, the fact that the trash has to, it goes out on a certain day in that area or whatever. Another thing was the type of vehicles that you can use, such as no golf carts, no four-wheelers, no dirt bikes. In other words, we need to be specific in a pamphlet for somebody renting it. I do like the fact that we are working on an ordinance, but I think it needs a little tiny bit more tweaking to get it to where we have something where, because we're trying to keep our waterways clean. We're trying to keep the noise levels down. And we're trying to have everybody enjoy the nature coast. visitors and residents. And as a board member, we need to try to take care of everybody. We also want to make sure we collect the taxes that are due. And a lot of these sometimes don't do that because they're not licensed. This would make sure we get licensed, we get the funds that we're supposed to be getting as a county to help try and keep things the way it should be. I did like a lot of what I read, but those are the main things that I would like to see added. And I think if we wrote it out and gave it to the attorney or whatever, and then they got put into it and it got brought back to us, I think it would be a much better ordinance. Do it the first time rather than do an ordinance and then change it. You know, just to get an ordinance in place is fine, but I would rather see us get a good ordinance that we're not gonna have to keep changing.
Thank you. Commissioner Davis?
I flagged the 150 square feet too, and I would like to sit down with you. If you can get with that gentleman there, to get on my calendar. If you have a laundry list of things, given the business that you were in, I'd love to hear them. That seemed like a really obscenely low number to me. The anchoring, yes, absolutely needs to be a power pole or a, it's also the, what are they called? The mushroom? Yeah, mushroom one, but preferably a non-anchor at all. Any of those things to protect what we have would be, I think, well served, but also to Rob's point, to make this as legally not in peril as possible, Attorney Lynn, we need to make sure that we are not impeding their ability to continue onward to what they're doing. As long as they're good citizens, they keep on keeping on. And I think that's about it. Good points.
All right. Do you have more again?
Yeah, I do.
Okay, I'll wait for my
All right.
comments.
You know, maybe it makes sense, rather than us reinventing the wheel, there's been a lot of work done here already, but maybe direct staff to look at what counties have been doing this for decades successfully. You know, they've certainly run into the different issues that they've corrected along the way, and see what it would take to modify that to fit our needs here. Perhaps have, you know, invite one or more of them to come and give a presentation to us one day about what they've experienced. A little bit longer than 3 minutes, not just, I don't even know what her company is, but if they're, you know, a couple, three different companies, 4 different, whatever, just to come and give a bit of a workshop to us so that we can go, all right, maybe this is something we need to go out with an RFP for somebody to do this, or having heard that, we think we can modify our own ordinance and go forward with it from there.
Thank you. Commissioner Bays?
It might, Mr. Howard, it might be noteworthy just to have Avis come up and share what he has currently.
What he has?
As far as being able to identify the Airbnb.
Software, there's some, they have a software program if Office could come forward.
Good afternoon, Commissioners.
Good afternoon.
As Commissioner Bays was saying, in our efforts to get our tax collections collected locally instead of the Department of Revenue, we knew that we had to figure out what our our short-term rental situation was. And because we know we have some, I would say, leakage in the community where they're not either licensed or potentially not paying the sales tax, let alone the 5% tourism tax, that there were some problems there. So we were just more so trying to figure that out. And the software that we have with the company, it identifies all of the short-term rentals, the listings, the homeowners, the properties, everything. So like, just kind of give you an example, right now I'm showing we have 629 rentals right now that are active. Listings 1.8, so a little bit under 2,000 listings. That just means that the properties themselves are listed on multiple platforms, Vrbo, Craigslist, Airbnb, stuff like that. That's just what that does.
Avis, I'm sorry. So 629 rentals?
Yes.
But there's more listings than rentals?
Right, correct. So for example, let's say you have a home that's a short-term rental, and you might list it on Airbnb, Vrbo, and Craigslist. So that'd be 3 listings for your one property.
And you have how many listings then?
1.8. So 1,800, I should say. 1,800 listings.
Gotcha.
So that's pretty much it on that. But again, for us, this is designed to help us figure out how to identify these properties, with goals to registering them, but more so to make sure they're compliant with the sales tax, because we know that, with tighter budgets and things of that nature, this is an opportunity for us to make sure we are collecting the necessary 6% sales tax that the county would collect to add to the general fund, i.e. the ad valorem.
Thank you.
Thank you, Avis. I thought that was important to know that they've come up with a mechanism, because we've always collected the tourism tax through the Department of Revenue at the state level, and looking for a way to get that back into the county and do it, and being able to regulate and see how we're collecting taxes, a much more prudent way to do it. But again, I just think this is a way, I know property rights work both ways. A homeowner should have the reasonable ability to use their property as allowed by Florida law, but that use shouldn't be taken away by the neighboring homeowner's right to safely and peacefully enjoy their property as well. So again, I saw this, I thought it still needed some work. I think it's something that we need in our county, because I hear this quite a bit, particularly on the water side. So I'm looking forward to having staff go back, work on it, and bring us back something just to tighten up, I think, for the neighbors that are, the people that are living and enjoying the water as their home. Certainly don't want to take away short-term rentals, but I think we need to have some ways that we can regulate it if we have a bad actor.
Commissioner Barrick.
Besides short-term rental, the way I looked at it, these are not short-term rentals. Short-term rentals are the people that come, the snowbirds. And they actually do a good job. They pay attention to the neighborhood and to the people in the neighborhood, and they actually are really good people. Okay, they come, they do their thing, they don't disturb the neighborhood, and they don't break our rules, our laws, But to me, these are businesses in a residential area, and that's why we've got to get stringent laws that follow, and we have to get where anybody that's renting some of that, they need to know, these are the rules, these are the regulations. It's just like when you go to the hotel. You got certain rules in the hotel. If you start making too much noise, they're gonna kick you out. Well, this is a neighborhood, they're coming into my neighborhood. And if they're coming in my neighborhood, they better be aware of the rules that are of the neighborhood, and give them a pamphlet and it says, these are the things. So we have to get something in place for these type of things, the Airbnbs, because that's more of what this regulation is for, rather than what you call short-term rental. Short-term, to me, is the people, the snowbirds that come down. And those are short-term rentals. They rent 3 months, 4 months, less than 6 months. Most of these are coming down to have fun. That's why we need to have occupancies. How many occupancies? How many people? Okay, and you are correct, Commissioner Davis, 150 square foot is not enough, okay? You have to have, think about it. You got a 3-bedroom house. Do you want 20 people in a 3-bedroom house? And think about how many cars. A regular homeowner has 2, possibly 3 cars. Do you think it's fair that if you live in the neighborhood and you try and pull in front of your house with your car, every day you got this short-term rental, and now you got to park way around a block or down the street or whatever because of this person? Yeah, your neighbor's making money because it's a business. The county's making money because it's a short-term rental. But that's not fair to the person that lives in that neighborhood. There should be a number of cars maximum also. And there's a place for boats, there's a place for trailers, and you don't want to have people living in pop-up trailers in the driveway. We don't have that in the rest of the county. So we need to get a few more regulations into this. And once we get them in, I think we'll have something good. This is a good start. But I think we need to do a little bit more and then bring it back, and I think we'll have something really good for this county.
Thank you. Okay, well, first I want to thank you, Miss Vicky. I know I struggle with the last name, but she actually reached out and we got to meet, and I learned a lot about your experience, and that kind of helped me think of some other things. Mr. Testmer, thank you for your comments. We don't want to overregulate. One thing that I did catch that you said, he said signs shouldn't be posted outside. I understand why. These homes are very busy at certain times of the year and then other times that they're not. So we may not want to have a vacancy sign in a neighborhood on houses, that people can target to not have people in at certain times of the year. The occupancy, when I read over that, I saw that too, that is way too many people in a space. And we talked about the keys, about 2 people per bedroom and another 2 people in addition. I would be okay with that, but my concern is less about going towards bedrooms, but all the money that we get in for all of our subject to sewer projects, all the money we do into water reclamation, how many people how many people can be put on that sewer system or flush that toilet? And a lot of places, including Homosassa still, they are still on septic tanks. And then I see with my own eyes some of these Airbnbs that I know of one, and a nice young man rented it and then had, 30 to 50 other young people over there at one time. Very tiny house. I think there might be 2 toilets in that house. So I don't know, and I would have to defer to maybe other counties and Madam Attorney, maybe staff that's looking at this, if we can go by number per actual commode, or if we can regulate that per how much can go into a sewer system, because it's not just people staying there overnight, it's all during the day that affects our water quality. How we have standards in the building department of how many people are allowed, in a house, and how many toilets and different things. So, or hotels, that sort of thing. So in these homes, I think that we're overtaxing our systems. So that's to look at. To that same point, and Commissioner Barrett touched on this, RVs in the driveway. So you don't want to rent. And then all these people come in the house and they're using the septic system or the sewer system. And then you have RVs parked and they're hooked up. So, and we talked about this, thank you for that making a rule where they're just not hooked up, because some people travel around to different parts of the country in their RV. So as long as they're not hooking that into a system, maybe just being parked there is okay. I don't know what a pad share is. I don't mind going to the internet after this, but am I the only one? Do you all know what a pad share is? I'll be looking that. I'll look it up. That's the first I've ever heard of pad share, so I'll be looking that up. Like renting parts of their own homes, or oh, okay. Yes, I have heard about that, and I've seen people do that too. So that's really where I'm coming from, is our water and our sewer system, septic tanks overflowing, that sort of thing. We're not set up for that in many areas of the community. So something I'd like us to look at. And then since we're not approving this, we talked about a typo in there that, more than a typo, like you don't really understand the phrasing, and that's very unclear, so we can get that cleared up. But that's really all I have in addition to what everyone else said. And then we've got the discussion, and then I guess we'll come back.
Bring it back.
Bring it back? Okay. So moving right along, we are back to open to the public. This time it's Whatever you want to speak of. We're going to go in number order. So we had number 1 speak. Some of you have come up to speak. That's okay if you remember what number was on your green card. You don't need to fill out another one. But we will start with speaker number 2. Welcome.
Thank you. Robert Schultz. I'm at 5400 North Alabaster Drive in Hernando. And I appreciate the commissioners talking about the Airbnb and the impacts to the community and the noise. I'm glad to hear that. Now, I wish the commissioners would address that to the concrete plant that's in the neighborhood and continues to operate without really any oversight. Since the last county reading that was out there when they shut the plant down, there's been no response back from the county to monitor it, or it needs a study. It needs a 2-week study to see what's going on, not 10 minutes at one time and then, oh, let's close the county. Let's close the books on this. There's nothing happening. It continues to happen. It's gotten worse now because, well, let's be honest. They figure, well, we passed that test. Nobody's going to bother us again. Let's make as much noise as it's gotten out of hand. The whole industrial area over there has been out of hand for a year. I met with Mr. Howard a year ago and spoke to him about it. And you know what has been done with places there without permits or just this plant? Nothing happens. They continue to operate. I can't believe that the county allows this. I've had people come to visit and they said, what does your county do? Do they do anything? I said, well, do you see anything done? I've talked to numerous people. Nothing happens. It's the same old. We're not going away. We live there. We just can't pick up and just leave. I mean, the commissioners now, you're at the point, we have to know what's going on. If you're not going to enforce the rules, let us know so we can take it to the next level. But we're at the point now we feel ignored. And when people are ignored, that's not a good thing. Everybody knows. Bring it on. State your case why you don't want to enforce it or get involved. But you can't just have everybody continue to lead our daily lives when, if this was an Airbnb, the neighbors, nobody would like it. But why do we have to put up with it? Well, there's no reason that we should have to be subjected to this every day that affects people's lives here. That's all I got to say about it, and thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Speaker 3, please. Welcome.
Hello. My name is Armando Alonso. I am an investor in Citrus County. I bought 2 homes for a total of $3 million, and I have Airbnb. I appreciate your concern about a lot of the Airbnb's rental, but we also, as we are concerned about our neighbors, we need to be concerned about the business people coming into the county and making an investment. Restricting investors into what they can do is not only going to hurt the investor, but also the business people that are in the area. I pay a total of about $30,000 in real estate taxes, that if it was for me to limit my ability to make profit on my investment, I will consider terminating my rentals, where therefore your real estate taxes collected every year are going to be reduced quite a bit. I believe there's a solution to everything. And in my case, I don't have any problem because I plainly put everything on the internet, and also through Evolve, which is my platform. And I said, I don't allow this, I don't allow trailers, I don't allow boats, I don't allow maximum of X amount of people. And if they exceed that, they cannot rent. So maybe you all need to consider an application for the one that owns the house on how they're gonna be promoting their Airbnb. And therefore, limiting to the issues that are taking place now. Yeah, I agree that a house that is 2,000 square feet shouldn't have 20 people in there. I agree with that. But if you list it on the internet and you list it on your platform, they will prohibit that from happening. The issue will go away. Whatever you bring to the table now, they're gonna break the rules. But whatever is on the internet, they can. Because before they pay their dues, they stop. My neighbors praise my rentals because of the fact that I bring quality people. They bring business. They spend a lot of money in their restaurants. They are wonderful families. But it's all how I tailor my business to be conducted. So maybe a little workshop from different owners and hear everybody's idea, come to the table, will enlighten every one of us on how to conduct the business.
Thank you for your comments.
Okay, thank you.
Speaker 5. Hello.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. My name is Stephen Anderson. I'm a Citrus County resident and local business owner. I'm here today to urge this Commission to completely reject the automated camera and mass surveillance systems under consideration. Turning our public roads over to corporate tracking networks hurts our privacy and our economy. These systems log, track, and digitize the daily movements of the customers, workers, and families who keep our businesses running. They treat our citizens as suspects and create an unnecessary burden that discourages tourism and local commerce. First, these programs are collapsing under constitutional scrutiny. On April 24th, a Broward County court dismissed massive blocks of camera tickets because the private tracking devices failed to meet strict Florida legal standards. Hearing officers in Miami-Dade and Osceola counties followed suit, throwing out cases on identical statutory violations, citing these legal liabilities. The Palm Beach County Commission voted 6-1 to kill their proposed camera expansion entirely. Secondly, this is a corporate money grab, not a safety initiative. Tech companies pitch no-cost models because they extract millions directly from our citizens. A massive portion of every fine is stripped out of our local economy and exported to out-of-state corporate bank accounts. In just over a year, these automated systems extracted $66 million in paid fines from Florida drivers. Third, these machines are technically incompetent. On July 27th, the city of Sanibel, Florida was caught wrongfully ticketing over 1,700 innocent citizens due to a palm tree waving in the camera, forcing a massive $130,000 public refund. Meanwhile, Palm Bay completely ripped out its automated cameras after investigations revealed the vendor installed them in direct violation of state safety standards. Furthermore, the backlash has reached Washington. On July 25th, U.S. Congressman Thomas Massey announced a federal bill to strip all federal funding and law enforcement grants from any municipality deploying these tracking networks. Concurrently, the Protection Against Mass Surveillance Act was introduced to completely block federal dollars from subsidized companies like Flock Safety. Moving forward with these cameras actively endanger Citrus County's federal funding. Commissioners, our public roads belong to the people, not out-of-state corporations. Do not expose Citrus County to South Florida's lawsuits, and do not gamble with our federal funding just to spy on our constituents and harm local commerce. Please reject mass automated surveillance and keep our community free. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Speaker 6.
Stephen Schwartz, Beverly Hills. Commissioners, I have a hard time understanding why a pothole I called in 4 weeks ago has not been repaired. As of yesterday, I started doing them online. We'll see if it's completed within the 7 business days as required by law. On another matter, I am seeing numerous dumpsters at building sites sitting on the right-of-way, maybe putting into writing to the refuge companies that this is illegal and a safety concern, and they will be cited and fined. We were promised that the beach would be completed by the end of August, if my memory is correct. Can you give me a date that the restoration will start? I've asked you several times to put a moratorium for any new development except for workforce housing. Your constituents across the county are telling you no more developments that are going to destroy Mother Nature, especially the trees and the aquifer. After all, we are still called the Nature Coast for now, but that is dwindling, and within 10 years, we will look like Spring Hill. I predict that if you allow heavy industry and don't put a moratorium in place on new development immediately, then you will have to put in place the end of your political career in Citrus County. A petition will begin for a recall, as is being done in Fort Meade. In addition, I see the public coming in numbers to speak, and it will make every meeting a marathon as coalitions of groups consolidate. The choice is yours. You can continue to favor developers and suffer the consequences, or you can honor your constituents' desires that are in the majority. You would be rewarded for your integrity of your oath to manage growth and foster prosperity by prioritizing the protection of the environmental assets, the development and maintenance of infrastructure, and the healthy, safety, and well-being of its citizens. Ask the public which one they prefer, development or a 1% sales tax strictly for infrastructure. You can put it out as a survey or on a ballot. Water is life, and the rains we're having is not replenishing the aquifer. The trees are being allowed to be cut down, and the temperatures in the county will begin to rise, and you will see severe storms. You're opening up a Pandora's box for a catastrophic event that will be your legacy.
Thank you for your comments. Speaker 7.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. I'd like to speak today in the spirit of James Madison.
Could you kindly state your name and where you're from for the record?
Yeah,
That's okay.
It's Nathan Green, and I live at 190 South Otis Avenue in Lecanto. I'd like to speak today in the spirit of James Madison. His thinking helped shape the Fourth Amendment, which was written to stop the government from conducting general, warrantless searches of the people. The idea was simple. The government should not be able to watch everyone all the time without a specific reason. Citrus County is running a Motorola Vigilant license plate system that records the date, time, and location of vehicles that pass its cameras. No warrant, no suspicion. In substance, that is the modern equivalent of a general search. These systems do much more than just read plates. They turn individual observations into a searchable record of where people travel. The old idea that plates are in public view was never meant for networked databases that log ordinary people by default. We are told that the data stays local and is deleted after 30 days. The public has not been shown the current contract, the actual retention settings, the sharing configuration, or the audit logs. Without those records, the assurances cannot be verified. Trust is not a safeguard. The wider industry shows why this matters. Vendors have publicly limited their rights and then later expanded them quietly, including removing clear promises not to sell or retain data for their own use. That pattern is why real transparency is not optional. More than 55 communities have ended similar automatic license plate reader contracts in this past year alone. Citrus County would not be alone in deciding this technology goes too far. This board has budgetary authority over the public money supporting the sheriff's office. Continuing to fund this system is a choice. My position is not that this system needs better rules, it's that it shouldn't be collecting the movements of ordinary people in the first place. I ask this board to use every authority available to it to end this program and remove these cameras. Power that is not stopped at the beginning is rarely stopped later. This is the beginning, and it's your duty to stop it. I also have one question for the record. Will this board publish the complete contract, the retention and sharing settings, and the audit logs for this system? Thank you.
Thank you. Speaker 8? Welcome.
Hi, Skater Bob, Floral City. I just wanted to say in general that all 5 of you, in my opinion, are high achievers. But every once in a while, there is one person that exceeds my definition of high achiever, and it's Rebecca Bays. And the reason for that is a recent incident which occurred in Floral City. Floral City had an area on Great Oaks Drive which was occupied by residents who showed total disregard for the appearance and maintenance of the property. What should have been valued as a nice part of rural neighborhood had become a fire-ridden junkyard in the middle of the community. After community complaints, Commissioner Bays played a significant role and led way to get the property cleaned up by the county. She coordinated cleanup efforts with the county code enforcement and kept the neighborhood informed of all progress. In doing so, she effectively represented the desires of the community. Commissioner Bays has long been deeply involved in Floral City community organizations for the betterment of Floral City. Some of her accomplishments in the past are she was actively involved as a board member of the Duval Preservation Trust. She attends Floral City Heritage Council meetings. She's involved in Christmas celebrations along the Avenue of the Oaks, and she's an active volunteer with her Heritage Days. With respect to infrastructure and safety, she's responsible for the roadway pothole repairs and repaving along County Road 48. She worked with Marion and Sumter County to install local delivery-only signs, and she's coordinated the enforcement of that with the local police. And finally, her continual effort to save the Oaks along the Avenue of the Oaks in Floral City. In essence, Rebecca Bays has been a tremendous representative for the citizens of Floral City. Her commitment, responsiveness, and hands-on involvement have made a lasting difference in our community in Floral City. And I'm sure all of you have taken similar efforts in your community, and I hope someday that I can get up and praise all of your efforts. And I thank all of you, including Rebecca Bays, for all the efforts that you've done thus far for Citrus County. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Speaker 9? Is there anyone else that would like to speak and open to the public?
Good afternoon, Commissioners. My name is John Labriola, and I live in Inverness, and I'm here actually today to discuss what I feel was the Sheriff's Office mishandling, severe mishandling of a death threat recently. As you all know, late last month, County Commission candidate Jennifer Grogan was here to say that she was threatened on her phone. She received a death threat on her phone. She went to the sheriff's office because the people on the phone told her to come to the sheriff's office. And she received the threat when she was at the sheriff's office. She was told that they just lured her out of her house to kill her. She sat down with the deputy and gave her report. Unfortunately, the deputy decided not to put that she got a death threat in the police report. He kind of dismissed her complaint. He told her that this is an everyday thing, which I do not believe that a death threat is an everyday thing. And he gave her nonsense advice to block a blocked number. He actually put that in the report, that it's an everyday thing, and to block the blocked number, which is absolute nonsense. And he should have asked, can I see your phone so I can trace it? whether or not it could have been traced, that would be the time to do it. Or if he couldn't, then give her instructions on how to trace the call by going back to her carrier. But he did none of those things. Now, as you know, the Chronicle completely lied about her stating that she reported this death threat to the police. They posted the video of her interaction with the deputy on their website and then lied about it. That was a front page story. I don't know if they've done any retraction. I doubt it because it's the Chronicle. But I don't feel like we are safe in this community if a death threat is handled that way. I think that as our elected representatives, you need to ask the sheriff to come before you and ask him, what are the procedures that are followed if somebody comes in with a death threat? At a minimum, I believe it should be in the written report. That's just common sense. The person, the deputy should not be putting in the report, block the blocked call, because that's nonsense. He actually told her that himself in the video, if you watch it. He should not be putting in the report, this is an everyday thing, and then completely admit that she got a death threat. I actually spoke to the deputy before the article came out, and the dishonest article came out in the Chronicle, because I wanted to know, I saw her comments at this commission meeting last month, and I wanted to get a copy of the report. I saw it, I was like, why is there this discrepancy? So I called the deputy, I said, why is there a discrepancy between the report, which doesn't mention anything about a death threat, and the fact that she mentioned that there was a death threat? And first of all, he said, well, who are you? As if that's relevant. I told him who I was, but I said, this is like, there's a discrepancy. I want you to comment on it. What's going on here? He said, oh, I have no comment. No comment. Really? That's the kind of reaction that we get when a person who's running for county commission is just ignored for a death threat. So I would ask you to please have the deputy here before you. I mean, the sheriff here before you. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker. It's probably you.
Again, Joe Paps. I've been in Crystal River for 22 years, almost 23. Okay, so John just spoke. I agree totally. I think if the board can hold the sheriff accountable, the public apology needs to happen. He may say it's an everyday thing. She is now a public figure. You don't take that lightly. And I was, when I heard that, I was appalled. I couldn't believe that. That deputy had no right to judge her character and then dismiss it. No right. I mean, what would happen if one of you guys got a death threat? Something should be dealt with. Okay, second of all, Airbnbs. You know what? We had posted in strategic places everywhere. We had a QR code that went right to our book, explaining everything. We had a beautiful hard copy book at the entrance. They didn't follow it. 6 people would rent it. They'd have a party for 24, 25. It happened so many times. My wife and I just said, you know what? This is just not worth it to have an Airbnb. In other words, okay, that was my choice. But other people, you can't control these people. I had to call out the sheriff. Do they want to come out every time? Anyway, I don't know how you regulate that. And, oh, I also agree with 5 and 7. Flock cameras have no business being in Citrus County. They don't have any business being in Florida, but we're controlled in Citrus County. And I'm hoping you guys will stand up to that. We don't need more surveillance. We need less. We don't need our emails and our phone numbers going out more. We need less of that. And again, thank you very much. Y'all have a good day.
Thank you for your comments. Next speaker.
Can I come back for this minute?
Yes, because you haven't spoken open to the public. You spoke
Okay,
earlier
sorry,
at the hearing.
Mary Cat Moore, Pimpernel 9564 Pimpernel Lane. So, 2 things. I wanted to go back to the same thing he's saying. In a perfect world, people follow rules. Sorry, that's an old school, seasoned mindset. People don't follow rules anymore. And the internet is just rife with people who own rental properties and short-term rentals, which means people who come and stay for a short amount of time, 1 day, 2 days, 3 days onwards, that break all the rules. And there's nothing you can do about it, especially if you have an off-site investor who is invested in the county and they have their property being managed by an off-site management company. There's no one here to handle an issue. And say you try to get support from VRBO, Airbnb, you're going to go all the way around the world to even find someone that will maybe tell you they can help you, maybe get back to you in 3 or 4 days, they'll help you. So it doesn't, telling people to follow the rules isn't going to do any good unless you put some sort of a, not a fine, but there's got to be some sort of meat behind a regulation or it's not going to get followed. And I think I've seen walking around in Crystal River signs that say property for rent, contact this number. So a lot of the places do have signs that they're available to be rented, not necessarily a short-term rental. So there are external signs posted. And in my neighborhood, we know all the homes that are blocked up, and either we know that the people live up north or we know that it's a short-term rental. So you're not hiding anything if you don't have any signage. And if you look, a lot of the Airbnbs have a sign on the front door that says no smoking inside. That's it. That's my 5 extra cents. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker? Anyone else? Okay, with that, I will close open to the public. Board? Commissioner Barrick?
I'd just like to make a comment. In our regular neighborhoods where we have regular house rentals, some of those people don't listen to the rules either. And we have problems with them. So it's not just short-term rentals that don't listen, it's people. And, you know, we just have to try to get everybody to try to follow the rules. And it's not always gonna work, but we could try.
Commissioner Bays?
Just a couple of things. I know Stephen Schwartz asked about a pothole. Is there an update on the beach, Mr. Howard?
Yeah, that's complicated. I always say you get into local government, state, and then you get into the federal part of that. It becomes quicksand. Staff just updated me actually in the last 24 hours with where that's at. We're actually waiting on the U.S. Fisheries for sign-off, and then the Corps can begin their process. We're, I think, almost at 100% design. But if Eric's in the audience, why don't Eric come forward? Because we were just discussing all these issues in the last couple days. I've also asked our federal partners to kind of, if we can nudge a little bit the fisheries for us, that'll help expedite that as well. But it's a little complicated just because of the different mechanisms that are at play here.
Good afternoon, Board. Eric Head, Community Services. Yeah, there are several elements at the beach. I know that we have the restrooms, which are being redone by our insurance company. They're pretty much at 100% design. They're just finishing up the septic and sewer or the septic element of that. So that should be starting anytime soon, within a matter of several months or less. They've had a couple of delays having to get the elevation a little higher. On the boardwalk and the pier, that's the element Mr. Howard was referring to. That is NOAA Fisheries, which is required now due to the Environmental Protection Act, and that is basically Army Corps of Engineers is waiting for them. We've reached out to them a couple of times. We were told that they are within their time frame. That's not been made exactly specific as to what that time frame is, but they're within their parameters. So we're simply waiting for that fisheries group to get with Army Corps. Army Corps said they're ready to go once that happens, then the permits can be issued and we can move forward. The beach sand, which is the restoration of the sand, because we lost almost all of the sand, that was resubmitted back in March, and we had tried to get an exemption for that, but did not get it, so that was resubmitted in March. So they have up to next March. We hope that it's done before the end of the year so that that element can go forward as well. So there's multiple things going on all at the same time, and all of them are related to waiting for permitting, which I know I've got some help from other staff. I know Alex has been working with his contacts in all of those agencies to try to keep that on task, as well as our consultant for Stantec, who's been working with Army Corps and the fisheries.
Out of curiosity, what's the elevation for the bathrooms?
I believe it was at 17 feet. I could be, don't hold me to that. Close to it, yeah.
It's gonna be like the Skyway Bridge
will.
restrooms. That's
It will have a
kinda
very, very nice ramp.
That's what it's gonna be. Yeah, so it is complicated. Actually, I had staff this morning. We're gonna reach back out to our federal partners to do all we can to continue to move that forward. We're gonna push it as hard as we can.
Commissioner Kennard.
So the 17 feet for the bathrooms, I got a couple comments on that. That's not 17 feet above the sand.
No, that's above sea level.
Okay, so the sand may be 3 or 4 feet of elevation, so you're another 13 feet above that.
Estimated, I don't have the exact number in front of
Right.
me, but it moved a little bit. I think it started at 15 and then it's had to go up higher.
On Tuesday, last Tuesday at my coffee with the commissioner meeting, there was a gentleman there who's a floodplain engineer and does most of his work down in Pinellas County. And we had a conversation about the bathrooms out at the beach. He told me that on a number of the projects down there, that they are doing some type of an engineered wall that does, I don't know if it deflects the waves or what it does, but it actually lowers the structure behind that so that they're not having to put it up so high. He said, I wouldn't want to get into the mix of this bathroom project that's already in the works, but that's something to be considered for other waterfront projects, that there are structures that can be designed so that you're not putting that thing 13, 14 feet above the sand.
Absolutely. And I think the key consideration here was that was totally funded through the insurance company, so we moved forward with their recommendations as what they were going to pay for. So absolutely, and I can get with you after on some information to find out more about that.
Yep, sounds good. All right, thank you.
Commissioner Bates.
Since he stole, I'm kidding. I'm done with you, but thank you. And then, Mr. Howard, can we also maybe have Eric or somebody in his department check on the dumpsters in the right-of-ways?
We will do that, yes. And the pothole, I'm sure that'll be fixed ASAP. I'm sure I've heard that pothole, I'm sure.
And then, Madam Attorney, or maybe, I'm not sure who needs, but there's just a fundamental problem from years ago, zoning, industrial zoning down Highway 41, which backs up to neighborhoods. But what about, and I don't know, I mean, I know that we've gone out there on multiple occasions for Mr. Lopez's residence and monitored that, but is there a start time that they can, is there any regulation for that?
I'm sorry. I know you sent me some information and then you handed this to me today. I really haven't looked into that matter. I know that Eric, JC and Eric had been out there. I could look up the code, but I'm sure that there's a time. I don't know. Maybe Eric knows. Is there a time, Eric?
Eric's coming forward.
I'm sorry.
It's a little bit of a quandary because Mr. Lopez has told me that they start at like 4 a.m. in the morning. They're ready for, that's concrete work. They want the first trucks to get in at 7 so they can start pouring and finishing grade, and then they shut down early, but maybe, I don't know. I don't know if 4 o'clock's too early. I guess for me, if I was the resident living there, I would be going, I'd rather you be doing it at 4 a.m. because I'm inside my house sleeping and I probably don't hear it, and I'm gonna pick up those hours in the afternoon. I just don't know what our legal.
Off the top of my head, I don't know. I know that JC and his team have been out there, I think 6 or 8 times, and haven't found a violation based on the current ordinance, based on the decibel level. I think there are times for certain activities like trash pickup. I think that's a separate ordinance. You can't, or having equipment on the right of way, like concrete trucks in the right of way in subdivisions. So I think there's different rules for different types of uses, but the thing that they measured specifically for at this site was decibel levels.
Okay.
And I can look it up. I'd have to look through the code and see. I'm sorry to put you on the spot.
Thank you. Oh, that's it.
Commissioner Kennard.
Yeah, just one comment. I believe that the garbage trucks can't roll off of their yard until 6 a.m. And so it would only seem logical that concrete trucks can't be rolling off of their yard until 6 a.m. If they can be rolling sooner than that, then maybe that's something we need to address. that would make sense to me.
The only distinction that I can think of is that, like, we have a solid waste ordinance that directs how the solid waste is collected and hauled. I don't think we have, different industries, I don't think we have separate code sections for them, like, asphalt, concrete. I'm not saying we don't, that's the only distinction that I could think of. And, perhaps when you all are looking at the data center ordinance, if you recall, some of that was, do we have an ordinance that specifically says data center, or do we have an ordinance that talks about industrial uses? So maybe as a subset, or somehow we can work the data center and industrial uses all together, and then that would encompass things like concrete, cement, asphalt. Maybe you could have some time zone or time limits for those kinds of businesses. I know we have it for mining. The mining ordinance has specific hours of operation. So maybe it's time, as we're adopting this new ordinance, to put it all in there.
That sounds good. Seems like it would be best if they would just learn to be good neighbors, but if they can't, then government has to get involved.
Madam Chair? I haven't gone yet.
So, Davis Barrick Base.
First of all, Mr. Lopez, kudos to you for having a sense of humor when you really, by all rights, shouldn't have one. With that's all, folks. Thanks for the Looney Tunes. I apologize to both you and Mr. Schultz that I haven't gotten back with you yet. I was out last week, but I absolutely am going to, and I will come over. I think that within the whatever our power that we have as a local government that's preempted by a lot of laws above us, whatever power we do have, we need to deploy everything we can to do a better job protecting you from that nuisance. So I like what I'm hearing up here. I agree with Commissioner Kennard's comments on that. And I think that we need to get, obviously separately, but have staff with Attorney Lynn and everything, and Mr. Landon trying to figure out what we can do better, because that's just obscene. And also, I think everything else has been pretty adequately covered by my colleagues, but I do want to say I saw some really good staff work over the weekend. We got a notice from Mr. McCurdy, who volunteers at early voting, and he's the one who let us know that there was a really bad, dangerous situation with people turning that are going away from Publix on Forest Ridge, turning left onto Roosevelt in front of Central Ridge Library. And because of the angle of that intersection, they were going to the left of the median and almost having head-on collisions and so forth. We fixed that a couple of years ago. And then there was work done on the intersection and the safety fixes went away. He let us know that Saturday. When was it fixed, Mr. Howard?
Well, everything's been fixed as of today. There was additional work that had to be done. I just got an email.
Most of it was done yesterday,
yes, it was.
Monday. Okay, first work day after the complaint, it wasn't a complaint, it was a heads up. Guys, this went away, and I saw 3 almost near misses again on early voting. So kudos to the citizen for bringing it forward to us, and a huge kudos to staff. The emails were flying all weekend.
Yeah, Saturday and Sunday. And
that's your government working for you on the weekends. So thank you, I appreciate that.
Commissioner Barrick.
Having lived through construction on a house and a couple houses from me, 4 a.m. was when the cement truck pulled up on our street, and that's when they started pouring the cement, and that's when they also started drilling the well. So when you tell me that they're doing 4 o'clock in the morning and that's when they're making the cement, I think that's what their time clocks do. In other words, that's their normal time. Industry is industry, and industry has a different time clock than you or me personally, and I know it's gonna be hard. And anything I think that we do up here at this point would be mute to you, because we can't go backwards. In other words, we can put in an ordinance, and if there's already a facility, I don't think we can go back and use it against an already existing facility. It only goes forward from here. But yeah, it would be good if we could do something moving forward, okay?
No, I'm sorry. Commissioner Bays.
Oh, I passed a note along to the attorney. I know that there's been a lot of talk through the Florida Association of Counties at the policy committee regarding OSHA heat standards for employees. So I don't know, I know this falls into that category when people are out in the middle of the day, like all week it's been 98 degrees. So if they're trying to pour concrete, they want them out there early, finishing and getting it done. So I just don't know how OSHA and some of the new heat safety rules fall into that. It's not an easy answer.
I did find, we have code section 21-26 that talks about the following acts are declared a violation of this section, and it's, one of them is loading and unloading. It talks about the loading and unloading, closing or other handling of boxes, crates, containers, building materials, or similar objects between 10 p.m. and 7 a.m. Are prohibited. So, I mean, I guess if concrete is a building material, it might fall under that definition. And then there's another one, construction and demolition activity, the operation of any equipment used in construction work, building, excavating, grading, pile driving, etc. They can't be between 10 p.m. and 7 a.m. So if an argument can be made that those activities fall in any of those two, then they couldn't start before 7 a.m.
I want to go back to what I said earlier because I want to make sure that we're not creating something more detrimental to them if they're within their rights to what they're doing. If they start at 4 a.m., most people are in bed sleeping and they are cutting off by 1 or 2 o'clock in the afternoon. If we force them to start working at 7 a.m., that means they're going to run the entire time until 5 o'clock in the afternoon, all day long. That's the only thing, like the trade-offs could be worse than what you have if we can't regulate the noise. If it doesn't fall within the parameters of monitoring the decimal of the noise, and we say, all right, you can't do this at 4 a.m. and you start at 7 a.m., that means then they're going to work all day long. And that might be worse than what you already have. That's my point.
Anything else? Okay, I think, well, that's been touched on. There was a lot of mention of cameras. It's not on today's agenda. I had someone email me about that. I think there's just becoming a stir in the state of Florida. So you all will have to, I think you've been researching it more than us. You've mentioned specifically CCSO having a contract for cameras. The only thing I know that was discussed was school zones, but that was never picked up by the Board of County Commissioners. So are you aware of any contracts that we have with cameras at this time? Because I'm not aware of any.
I'm not aware of the county having any contracts, but the sheriff does his own contracts. So
Then
the
I'll
sheriff
have to
might
check
have.
into that. And that's why you come, right? You inform your commissioners of things that maybe you're not, in our view, and I need to see what the difference is. I know there's traffic cameras. They were talking about school zone cameras. There's some cameras. There is an island, Longboat Key in our state, like their citizens praise them because they're just license plate readers, and there's only 2 ways to get on and 2 ways to get off, and they don't do anything with the information unless something's flagged. Like if there's a felony and they cross the bridge, it's flagged. So those people out there praise that. I don't know that these are all the same. So what I can do at this point is just commit to getting with the sheriff, asking about the contracts that you've referred to, and getting a little more information. So always thank you for being an active part of government. I know that you're having an issue. Thank you for being here. I know that you seem quite angry that everyone didn't show up to your house. Although after the last meeting, you saw me have staff come up and then I got with staff afterwards. And, you know, that I tried to explain that's most important. If a commissioner comes out there and gladly some people have come out there, I can say it's loud, but there's nothing I can do about that except for what Commissioner Bays has done and put another light on that. But we're not able to read the decimals and make a code violation. So I'm trying to
I
think
can
if I
probably add to the camera
go
thing.
ahead, please.
So my understanding from our previous sheriff was that it was already deployed by various law enforcement agencies to have license plate readers at key connector, you know, like serious big roads, right? Specifically to get roving gangs of thieves that would come in from the city, you know, down in Tampa, come up here, do a series of home burglaries, and then go back. Whether that's true or not, I don't know. That's
That
what I heard
happened
from
some years
Sheriff
ago.
Prendergast. Yeah,
That did
so
happen.
that's the only reason they were using it is, like you said, with the causeway, if it's a license plate that's been flagged in a series of felonies, then that alerts law enforcement that that vehicle's in the area and they can go, you know, BOLO, be on the lookout, right? The only thing that we've heard lately is that I recall is Sheriff Vincent talking about doing speeding cameras in school zones, and that's it, just as a deterrent to try to keep kids safe. But I'm not a fan of a lot of surveillance, but to a large degree, some of that ship has already sailed. And if it's used for good and not for true surveillance, then that seems to be what we're living with these days. But again, that's under, I'm sorry. Then, you know, that's in the sheriff's purview. That didn't come before us, so it's not our contract.
Okay. Thank you, board. And we'll move on to E.
Motion to approve E1A through J.
Second.
Motion by Commissioner Kennard, second by Commissioner Davis. Any public comment? Any further board discussion?
Wait, hold on one second. I just want to make sure
You have some comments?
maybe.
Okay.
Trying to figure out which one is Mustang.
She's looking, can I say something?
Are you looking at E1D?
Well, I'm just trying to figure out which one is Mustang.
You said Mustang and that has Mustang?
Yes,
in
it
it?
is
If you-
E1D. I do want to pull that for discussion.
Okay.
I would amend my motion.
I'll amend my second.
Okay. A motion amended and seconded to pull E1D. Any further board discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries 5-0. E1D.
When I was reviewing this, there's been a lot of work that's been done at this intersection on the, around the edges there. So when I was looking at this bid, it includes shoulder work, grading, and sodding. And if we're just now approving this, who did that work if it's not been approved yet?
We had approved the SCOP money
This is
previous.
different.
Well, this is the SCOP road that they're doing.
Let's let Mr. Hall come up and answer the question.
Chair, Commissioners, Carlton Hall, Public Works. So what we did is we knew this project was coming. The contractors only get paid for what they damage or what they need to remove on the sides of the shoulders of the roads. But we wanted to get a jump on the stormwater problems that we've had along that corridor. So we had our stormwater team go out ahead and get started on some of that adjustments and some of that grading so we could be ahead of the project when it starts.
So that's the concern to me, though, because the way, that if you look at the scoring, the bid sheet in here, was this done by, was it scored or by objective standards? This scoring doesn't make sense because you had two people in here, one that bid at a unit per cost and another at $1.70, and then the other one at $5.56. So if you were tallying up those costs, is it just based on the value, the total bid package, or did you look at it independently? And I don't understand how there could be such a difference in gopher tortoise removal. This just doesn't make sense to me the way this was done.
Every contractor looks at it a little different, but I can assure you no contractor is going to get paid for work that they don't complete. We have inspectors that are on the site whenever the work is going on. All of the work that is completed, that is billed for, is quantified with an inspection.
Again, I mean, how did we score this?
Based on a total bid.
Because if we went out, to me, it looks like we were asking them to go out and do the shoulder work and the sod work. And that makes a big difference on how this was bid. So if one person's bidding at $1 and another person's bidding at $5.56, it could have totally made the difference in who received the bid.
All right, we leave it up to the contractor to decide how much of that shoulder work they're going to impact or need to restore based on their evaluation of the project when they turn in the bid.
But you're the one that's setting the criteria on how to bid this, so that doesn't make any sense to me.
I could look into it a little further, but usually we allow them to decide how much of that impact they're going to have. Whenever they put down a number on that per square foot, it's what they feel like they need to be compensated for whatever work they have to do off-site of the actual roadway itself. So some contractors go in and scrape the entire edge 2 feet, and they know that they're going to put sod back down. Others feel like they're going to have a bigger impact that they're going to have to repair or replace that sod in that area.
So were they made aware that the county was going to go in ahead of time?
No, that work is completely our work that we're going to do ahead of the project, just to make sure that the stormwater repairs are in place. We're not damaging the road after it's completely rebuilt.
Do we have a local option preference in our bid packages anymore?
We have in the past. I'm not positive about the Scott projects. I would have to go back into the contract and review it.
Okay, all right.
Looking for a motion on E1D?
Motion to approve E1D.
Second.
Motion by Commissioner Barrick, second by Commissioner Kennard. Any public comment? Any further board discussion? All those in favor? Aye. Any opposed? Motion carries 5-0.
No, Meg?
Oh, I'm sorry. Motion carries 4-1.
Motion to approve E2.
Second.
Motion by Commissioner Davis, second by Commissioner Kennard. Any public comment? Any further board discussion? All those in favor? Aye. Any opposed? Motion carries 5-0.
Motion to approve E3.
Second.
Motion by Commissioner Davis, second by Commissioner Kennard. Any public comment? Any further board discussion? All those in favor? Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries 5-0.
Motion to approve E4.
A, B, and C.
A, B, and C.
Second.
Motion by Commissioner Barrick, second by Commissioner Davis. Any public comment? Any further board discussion? All those in favor? Aye. Any opposed? Motion carries 5-0.
Motion to approve E5.
Second.
Motion by Commissioner Barrick, second by Commissioner Davis. Any public comment? Any further board discussion?
Yes, ma'am.
Commissioner Bays.
So we had a little bit of discussion about this, but how do we know what our return is for this in match? I mean, they're doing it, we're matching it. How do we know what the return on investment is for this?
I was already starting to make eyes with you to see, and you're already out of your seat. Welcome, Mr. Cheek.
Thank you. Ken Cheek, Water Resources Director. We do quantify that. We can have that presented back to you. So we look at how much we actually save based on the activities associated with the grant.
That would be great.
Deb Burton has it.
Okay.
We'll bring it in.
Thank you.
Did you have something?
Do you want to say what you say every year about the grant money? I mean, you might as well.
They're giving us our money back and asking us to match it for this grant.
Yes,
I wasn't going to say anything because I didn't have anything nice to say.
I know. I know.
That's what Mom always said.
Bad deal not made by this board, right? Okay. All those in favor? Aye. Any opposed? Motion carries 5-0.
Motion to approve E6A and B.
Second.
Motion by Commissioner Davis, second by Commissioner Barrick. Any public comment? Any further board discussion? All those in favor? Aye. Any opposed? Motion carries 5-0.
Motion to approve E7.
Second.
Motion by Commissioner Davis, second by Commissioner Kennard. Any public comment? Any further board discussion? All those in favor? Aye. Any opposed? Motion carries 5-0.
Motion to approve E8.
Second.
Motion by Commissioner Davis, second by Commissioner Kennard. Any public comment? Any further board discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries 5-0.
Motion to approve E9.
Second.
Motion by Commissioner Davis, second by Commissioner Kennard. Any public comment? Any further board discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries 5-0.
Motion to approve E10.
Second.
Motion by Commissioner Davis, second by Commissioner Barrick. Any public comment? Any further board discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries 5-0.
Motion to approve E11.
Second.
Motion by Commissioner Barrick, second by Commissioner Kennard. Any public comment? Any further board discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries 5-0.
Motion to approve E11.
Motion to approve E12.
Or 12. Sorry.
Motion by Commissioner Davis, second by Commissioner Barrick. Any public comment? Any further board discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries 5-0.
Motion to approve E13.
Second.
Motion by Commissioner Davis, second by Commissioner Barrick. Any public comment? Any further board discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carry 5-0.
Motion to approve E14.
Second.
Motion by Commissioner Davis, second by Commissioner Kennard. Any public comment? Any further board discussion?
Yeah, we had already talked about hiring people and stuff. At this point in time, I don't think there's any need for us to give the position to anybody, and maybe further down the road, let the two gentlemen that Mr. Landon has talked about, let them apply for the one position when we allow positions to open again. Otherwise, you know, it's a ridiculous thing to do.
Any further board discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed?
Aye.
Motion carries 4-1. And now we are at Miss Veronica Campschroer.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. Veronica Campschroer, Special Projects Manager. I just have two updates, quick ones for you today. First one is with the Fort Island Trail Park Boat Ramp Expansion Feasibility Study. We, hot off the presses, just received the final conceptual plan this morning. Well, this morning for me when I got back in the office, over the weekend, I believe. And we do have a presentation scheduled to show those concept plans to the board on September 21st. So we will, barring any changes to the agenda schedule, have that in front of you at the end of September. And the other project that I was going to mention has already been brought up. That's Mustang. The item was on the agenda. It has been approved, and the next step would be to issue a purchase order and notice to proceed. Any questions, board?
No? Okay, thank you
I've
for
got
your
one comment. I just want to give Veronica props, like she needs it at all, because I know we all appreciate the work that she does. But typically on Wednesdays or Thursdays, I start putting together a list of items that I'm going to talk about on the radio Friday morning. And I had a list prepared, and then on Thursday, I forget if it was a call or email, somebody had asked me about what's going on the beach. Are we ever going to do anything with the beach? I thought, you know what? It's time to do an update. By that time, I want to say it was maybe 6 or 7 o'clock in the evening. And I messaged Veronica. I said, I hate to contact you after hours, but can you give me an update just off the top of your head on what's going on here? And it was each project out there. I mean, to the letter of what's happening with it. And I went, this is amazing. And I meant to give you props on the radio. I completely got lost in all the subject matter and I forgot to, but well done. Thank you again.
Great job.
Good work. Thank you so much. Okay.
I'm going to move over to this seat and run the presentation.
Okay.
Right.
Mr. Howard, you're up.
Yes, we're going to get this, actually Veronica's going to drive this presentation for me a little bit.
Okay.
Get this pulled up, excellent. Well, in Commissioners in Government, it's easy to spend a lot of time talking about what's next. Today, I'd like to spend a few minutes talking about what has already been delivered by Team Citrus. Over the last 3 years, Citrus County has achieved more than 650 project milestones. At the same time, we've secured millions in grant funding to support those initiatives. These aren't thoughts, they aren't studies, they aren't plans sitting on a shelf. They are projects that have crossed the finish line. They are making a real difference for the citizens of Citrus County, and I think they're worth celebrating. Several years ago, the board adopted these strategic priorities. Today, they continue to guide everything we do. They've helped us focus our efforts, align departments, and make strategic investments that move Citrus County forward. Every accomplishment you're about to see supports one or more of these 4 pillars. Communities aren't built overnight. They're built one investment at a time. Over the past several years, we've continued investing in the places where families gather, children play, neighbors connect, and communities thrive. From our new animal service facility, which is now under construction, to parks, libraries, and historic preservation, these projects are improving quality of life throughout Citrus County. The Board of County Commissioners has contributed over $2 million toward the new LifeStream Behavioral Health Facility that's now under construction, helping expand access to critical behavioral health care services to our community. These aren't projects for the sake of building something. They're investments that strengthen our community today and create opportunities for generations to come. Our natural environment is one of Citrus County's greatest assets. It shapes our quality of life, supports our economy, and defines who we are as a community. We've invested in reef enhancements, land preservation, tree protection, and roadside beautification while continuing to implement best practices for smart growth. There's more work to be done. We've also removed more than 1.3 million pounds of litter and illegally dumped debris from our roadways. That's more than cleanup. That's protecting Citrus County we all love. Strong economies just don't happen. They grow because communities invest in their future. Over the past several years, we prepared the Inverness Airport Business Park to be shovel-ready for industry, secured millions in grant funding, improved critical infrastructure, and expanded public access to our working waterways. We've also strengthened our partnership with the Department of Veterans Affairs, whose new clinic is now under construction, and supported new healthcare investments through partnerships with LifeStream, HCA Florida Citrus Hospital, and Tampa General Hospital. Every one of these projects is creating opportunity to enhance access to healthcare, opportunity for new jobs, opportunities for new investment. Now that's how winning communities continue to grow responsibly. Livability is about everyday experience of calling Citrus County home. It's about safer roads, better parks, improved public facilities, greater accessibility, and infrastructure that keeps pace with our community. We've completed the County Road 491 expansion, improved more than 365 miles of county roads, including south of Popka Avenue, finalized a lease agreement with the City of Inverness for offices at the Inverness Government Center, and continuing designing our judicial and government facility expansion, which will create much-needed courtroom capacity. Every important movement makes Citrus County a better place to live, work, and raise a family. Nothing is more important than protecting the people we serve. That's why we've continued investing in public safety every step of the way. We've improved our ISO fire protection rating, ensured that every fire truck has a team of 3 first responders, and eliminated a $1.75 million general fund subsidy for emergency medical services. In addition, you've implemented and approved funding for competitive compensation plans for fire rescue, EMS, and the Sheriff's Office, created a law enforcement MSTU, and secured a state appropriation to design a regional public safety training Center in partnership with the Sheriff's Office and the school district. These investments aren't just preparing us for the future, they're making Citrus County safer today. High-performing organizations just don't make decisions on guesswork. They make decisions based on facts. That's why we've invested in public dashboards, forecasting models, pavement management to provide better information and transparency for Citrus County residents. Transparency starts with access. Better information leads to better decisions. Better decisions lead to better outcomes, and better outcomes mean better government. Behind every successful project is responsible financial management. We've continued earning external clean audits, maintaining strong bond ratings, receiving national recognition for financial reporting, and following sound financial management practices. That discipline gives us the flexibility to invest in priorities while protecting taxpayer dollars. It allows us to seize opportunities when they arise, and it positions Citrus counties for long-term success. One of our biggest reasons we've been able to accomplish so much is our commitment to pursuing outside funding. Since 2023, we've secured more than $130 million in grants and legislative appropriations. Those dollars are building roads, expanding parks, improving utilities, strengthening public safety, protecting our environment, and supporting economic development. That's something worth celebrating. Recognition has never been our goal. Serving our residents has always been the goal. It should never be about trophies. It should be about innovating. But it is rewarding to see that the work that's happening here in Citrus County recognized across Florida and across the country. These awards reflect innovation, sound management, and a workforce that's committed to doing things the right way. They're another sign that Citrus County continues to move in the right direction. Not only are we implementing best practices, we are becoming the best practice. Looking back at everything we've accomplished over the past 36 months, one thing becomes obvious. None of this happened by accident. It's teamwork. Hope is not a plan. Successful organizations just don't hope for good results. They create the conditions for success. Over the past 3 years, we built a strategic performance management framework that helps us set priority, execute projects, measure performance, communicate results, and continuous process improvement. It's built on accountability, transparency, and best practices, and it's helping us build a stronger Citrus County. By proactively planning today, we'll be better prepared for tomorrow's challenges. I'm going to ask Veronica just to talk a little bit about the next 4 phases of the strategic planning performance model, what we've implemented, completed the next phase, and I'm going to wrap up this presentation. Thank you, Veronica.
Absolutely. We teased this in a video at a previous meeting, but we would just like to talk about where we've been and how that circles back around to where we are going. Back in 2021, 2022, we started the strategic planning process. A lot of the foundational documents were created at that time. We hosted a community visioning, implemented the actual strategic planning document, mission, vision, goals. And then we took that to the Board of County Commissioners, and you set your targets for action. Lofty ideas, big projects, maybe things that had been sitting, maybe things that our community has needed. But the first step was to identify what those things would be, and that is what strategic planning is. The second phase, once you have the plan, once you have the roadmap, is to actually get there. And phase 2 was all about execution and performance. You'll see coming up here at next few agendas, we will have a comprehensive review of the last 3.5 years, and there's been a lot executed in that time, but we took the plan that we had, we did our best to get there. The grant funding is a huge portion of that, because one of the first things we noticed with strategic planning was we had a lot of goals. We did not necessarily have the money to accomplish them all. So execution and performance is where the plan either comes together or kind of falls apart. Phase 3 is transparent communication. Whatever the phase of the project we're in, whatever challenges we might be facing, whatever outside agencies might be holding up a project, whatever great work might be being done but not super apparent. Communicating that is incredibly important, and that was the third phase. Once we set our map and got driving, we're letting people know where we're going. And the next phase, what we are kind of launching here today, is process improvement. So we've gone through it once. We've said this is where we want to go. We're going to try and get there. I feel that staff has done an excellent job. Mr. Howard's been a wonderful leader, and we are now ready to kind of go back at the beginning of the circle and start all over. Analyze what we have done right, analyze what we could do better, make sure that we're focusing on outputs and outcomes. Any barriers, any problems, any things we could do better. Now's the time for us to look at all of that, and then we'll go right back into phase one again, which is reevaluating strategic planning, making sure the map still represents where we want to go, and keep going from there.
Thank you. And as we begin the next chapter, our mission remains the same, prioritizing the protection of our environmental assets, investing in the infrastructure that supports our growing community, and safeguarding the health, safety, and well-being of our citizens. The accomplishments we've celebrated today represent what can happen when the board sets a vision, our employees are empowered, and everyone works together to make it happen. Staff are proud to support the board's continued commitment to progress with over 600 activities currently being managed across more than 150 ongoing projects, each tied to our strategic plan and the promise of greater transparency and accountability to our community. Commissioners, thank you for your leadership, your partnership, and your commitment to making Citrus County one of the very best places to live, work, and visit. Our momentum is real, and I truly believe our best days lie ahead. It's an honor to serve as your county administrator. I just want to put up a little quote here. If you ever come in my office, you're going to see this placard I have here, and it says, "There is no limit to what a man or a woman can accomplish when no one cares who can get the credit." This is a placard that Ronald Reagan had when he was the governor of California and also the 40th president. I wanted to tweak it a little bit in his honor, but there's no limit to what the amount of good that Citrus County can do if no one cares who gets the credit. It should never be about I, it should never be about me, it should be about us. That's what I love about Citrus. I like to underline us in it, but there's so much more we can accomplish when we come together as a team, and I'm proud of all the efforts that we've done across this county. We're making a difference. We're becoming the best practice. It's an honor to serve. Thank each of you.
Thank you for the presentation to you both. Okay, we are at Commissioner Bays.
Oh, thanks. That was a great presentation. One of the things that you mentioned was transparency, and you also mentioned the MSTU for public safety that we passed. I don't think we've ever implemented the funding of an MSTU for public safety.
No, I think that's still an accomplishment, I think, that from what I could tell, previous boards have talked about, but I think that's still an accomplishment. You've actually accomplished it. It's there, ready to go at some point, teed up if you have full support from the board, the majority of the board, but I think that's an accomplishment that I think was a major accomplishment.
Because I think those become very transparent and accountable, because the way we fund those right now is through general revenue, and if we were to look at the full allowable amount under the MSTU for public safety, I think the last estimate was somewhere around 26, 27 million. And I think 1 mil of ad valorem is, I don't know, 16, 17 million now?
That's probably
which means you could, it's probably getting close to $30 million for the sheriff at this point. That means you could almost reduce 2 mils. And that becomes very transparent, very accountable, and getting that over there and knowing exactly where that dollar's being spent. So that's something I think we should look at. And then I think, I think it's time for the county really to take a really hard look at what the goals are for the next 3 to 5 years and where we're going, because one of my frustrations, as we see new tax revenue come in every year, we're still not putting money, the amount of money that we need towards roads and parks and some of the quality of life issues that make a community thriving. New fire stations, that sort of thing. Anyway, I do want to move on to something else since it's under me. I recently got a call from the people that own the Kensington Plaza because there was a curbed median that was put in. They were not made aware of it. And so between the the owner and the tenants of that building, they had never been underdog. You know, I look at somebody and think, when you have a corporate conglomerate that's coming in, I think we have a responsibility to always be for the person that's been there, been paying tax.
I'll make it brief. I would agree. My understanding is that the original design for that curb was going to be at grade, a crossed hatch type of design that people could cross over into that Kensington Plaza. And if DOT is fine with it being removed, then I say we direct staff to get it out of there.
I was going to say, I have to agree. Oddly, you brought it up today. Somebody emailed me about that, and I said, this is the first I've heard of an issue. And happened to see the same person out in public said, hey, I was shocked when you sent back that email. And she said, those people in the plaza, certainly they have to complain. This is going to cause a lot of accidents. People are going to drive over that. And I said, I'll check into it. So just this morning, I talked to staff about it and found out what an issue it is. So it is starting to crop up. That's your district? Mm-hmm. Yeah, so that's probably why you were inundated with those calls. But yeah, I'm just learning about it, but sure, I'd be in favor with getting rid of it. Yeah.
And then I just wanted to update too on the Tampa Bay Regional Planning Council. Had a great meeting down there yesterday. For those that are not aware, the Tampa Bay Regional Planning Council actually incorporates everything from Citrus to Manatee County, and it includes county commissioners, people from the municipalities, whether it's a mayor or a council person, governor appointees, and state and agency individuals. And they actually had a presentation yesterday on data centers. So there was some interesting information that came out of that, and it is online. So if anybody wants to go back and look at that. But they really do some very, very good work that regionalizes us. And I also want to say that it's an organization that we really should use as independent counties, and that prevents us from having to hire staff because they have GIS. They do a lot of work in just performing studies for environmental impacts, for economic development, and it really works well for local organizations or local counties to work with that staff that is highly trained in those fields.
Is that everything?
That's it.
Okay, Commissioner Davis. Okay, Commissioner Kennard.
Yes, let's see, it would have been last Wednesday and Thursday. I attended the Preferred Government Insurance Trust Board meeting over in Lake Mary. And Wednesday afternoon, when people were first just arriving there and making small talk, that sort of thing, I had one lady from the trust come up to me and complimented me on our risk management department. I don't know that she and I had met before. She came up, introduced herself, she said, you're commissioner from Citrus County, right? I said, yeah, and we made a little small talk. She goes, I have to tell you, and she went at length talking about our risk management department. And then it reminded me of that today when we're honoring Ellen for their award for her department. So anyway, that was nice to hear among, this is a statewide organization, and nice to be, for our county to be called out on something like that. The second thing I want to mention is I'm going to give you just a little peek under the tent because this is just coming off the ground right now. Last week I had the opportunity, and Bob was certainly involved in the call as well as a number of folks, but the call was having a conversation with the Too Far organization about a proposal that Andrew Owens has discussed with them regarding tussock removal in the lakes, and ultimately being able to convert that tussock removal, the hydrilla, all of that type of stuff. That removal obviously is a focus. The muck removal, that's a focus of Too Far, and certainly that's stuff that the county is involved with. But this proposal, ultimately, the goal is to take that stuff and convert it into what's called carbon char. I'd never heard of carbon char before. Too Far, I just learned today that they are on board with it. They're excited about the proposal. I think it'll be terrific exposure for them because they are going to be, they along with the county will be front and center of this thing. That I think will prove to be a nice green solution, if you will, to a problem in the lakes and ultimately lead to a reduced use of herbicides being sprayed in our lakes. So there's long game, long vision that Andrew's brought to the table, great cooperation from Too Far, and just received some great news today in an email. I'll bring more back to the board after I have more information about it. Like I said, we just had the initial conference call last week about this, and I'm very excited about it. Andrew has got just some terrific programs going, and when you can collaborate with an organization that's got the track record like Too Far has, good things are going to happen.
Thank you for sharing. Anything else?
Nope.
Commissioner Barrick.
Yeah. I have a few short little things. First of all, MSTUs do not eliminate taxes. They just move it from one side of your tax sheet to the other side. So before we start playing around with your taxes and you think you're going to go down by 2 mils, remember, it's going to be on the back side of your tax sheet, and it may cost you more than 2 mils. Okay, number 2, best practices. We talk about best practices. The best practices are every year you evaluate your employees. Well, we, as a board, haven't done that, and I've asked for it, and I've asked for it. We have 2 employees, and every year we should be doing an evaluation in writing, just like is done on every one of our employees, the county employees. And I feel that it's time that we finally start getting back to where we're supposed to be. And third, road resurfacing is not what it was explained or how it was explained. And I didn't understand. So let me explain. The program, and I think it's called Chip Seal, if I'm not mistaken, has ruined roads. Okay, you don't get a flat finished surface. You get tiny stones in everything. Your tires, your shoes, your driveway, your lawns, and your house. Okay? And there will be people asking for costs of repairs due to the road damaging the undercarriages of their cars, the paint that's getting chipped, the stones that are hitting the windows on their cars. So we need to put a top coat on all of the streets given this unfinished road coating and stop any future road coating like this in this using this process, okay? And before I make my last sentence, I have to read something to you. I'm sure you probably got some of these letters. Good morning to all of you. I am a little concerned with the current plan on our residential roads. We live on West Tall Oaks Drive in Pine Ridge. As you are all aware, Citrus County has neglected these roads for more than 20 years, and that's the truth. Now, it seems that the commission has approved that instead of needing paving, we get a gravel road. That's absolutely ridiculous. What were you thinking? I don't know who voted for this or against it, but it's crazy. We didn't move to Citrus County to live in a campground or a trailer park. No offense to those who do. People put a lot of money into their homes and property to now have hear their cars on gravel and rocks flying all around. Are you aware that people are getting damage to these vehicles? Is the county planning on making repairs as needed to the property? Also, when the value of our homes goes down because we now live in an undesirable neighborhood, hope your plan is to lower our property taxes. Our taxes have doubled here since moving here 8 years ago. We pay much more now for this to be the solution on our roads. We have complained about the roads in Pine Ridge for years, And now, what do we get? I already plan to go to the county when I get my bill for, and I'm gonna dispute if my property taxes go up. For those that don't understand this, I'm very fortunate. I live on a street that wasn't paved in 20 years, and guess what? My street is getting this lovely treatment. I get stones in my shoes, I get stones in my house. You can't drive on it. My neighbor can't, as a little 4-month-old baby, she used to be able to put the baby in the baby carriage and walk it on the street. She can't even push the baby carriage on this lovely treatment. So what I am suggesting is, if we continue this treatment the way it is, that in the 26-27 road resurfacing and fixing schedule, that the following 4 people get their roads done first. Commissioner Bays, Commissioner Carnahan, Commissioner Davis, and Commissioner Finnegan. Yeah, you laugh. You're not the, I say Carnahan, I'm sorry. I meant
We'll reach
Kennard.
out to Commissioner Carnahan.
Well,
and see if he'd like to
Carnahan,
join.
but Kennard, you need yours done. You don't live on it now. I do. And believe me,
I'm
it
gonna
is
I'm gonna
not.
comment when your grandstanding is done.
It's not grandstanding, it's the truth. Come live on a street like that and then see why the people are complaining. This letter was written from a man from Pine Ridge. He pays a lot in property taxes and has for over 20 years. And he finally got his road on the list that was gonna be fixed. And he is so upset because it is a gravel road. I have lived in Citrus Springs and we put up with slurry. And for those that didn't know what slurry was, it's tar with big chunks of granite in it that as you walk on it, it stabs you in the foot. Our kids have not been able to play basketball, ride their bikes, do anything with the slurry. The slurry is finally being taken away. And instead, we're getting little pieces of gravel all over everything. And I really feel that if we're gonna continue this road pavement the way it's done, that the 4 commissioners that are sitting up here besides myself, because I already got the treatment, deserve to have it done on their roads so they can see what our citizens are putting up with for what they're paying for their property taxes.
Madam Chair.
Commissioner Kennard.
What is shameful in the last 5 minutes of comments is Commissioner Barrick knows better than what she just presented to the public. She knows that is not a finished product. They're halfway through the process. There are more steps to this process that will result in a finished, nice road product for the people that live along that road. That's been explained to her, and she either didn't understand it at the time, which is, you need to ask staff again to explain it, or she chose to eliminate that part of it in explaining this to the public. What they got with the gravel that's on the road is not a finished product. It's not gonna be gravel in the tires, gravel in the shoes, and in bare feet, and whatever else she commented on. That is a partially finished product. Give it time, let us finish the road, and they'll end up with a road that they'll be happy with. And if you want, I live in the city. If you want to start paving city roads, then you got to take that money from your district and put it in mine.
Commissioner Finnegan? I'd like to rebuttal something.
You may, because you're going to need to rebuttal both of us.
Okay.
Commissioner Barrick, you say that to 4 commissioners like we did it to you. Like we voted to do this and we did not. There is a pavement management system, as Commissioner Kennard pointed out. Listen, your constituents reached out to me. I got them the answers. And thank you, Mr. Lisa, and thank you, Mr. Hall. They got answers and they understand now that it's not a finished product either. But I certainly didn't do this to you, and neither did any of the other commissioners. I'm just going to leave it. I'm just going to leave it there.
I'm not saying that you did it to me personally. I know my road was over 20 years old and it was on the list. What I'm saying is I asked about this last Wednesday at an MSBU meeting and it was looked up on the list and my road is supposed to be done. Now, I complained about it at my briefing yesterday and now, yes, I got told, yeah, we're going to try a different method. But up until I complained, that was a finished product. That's the finished product that the people in Hernando got. That's the finished product that the people in Pine Ridge got. So I don't want to hear that it's not a finished product, wait my turn. We've had 3 weeks with these signs that say loose gravel, 15 miles per hour. 3 weeks, okay? It's still loose. And now that the buses started on it on Monday, let me tell you, you can see where the bus is already taking the gravel out and it's going down. So I don't know what they're gonna do, because the bus comes on my street 4 times a day. And they stop here and they move a little, they stop here. And when they start up, they definitely go more than 15 miles an hour. And the stones are really moving a lot faster. So it may not be finished right now, but it was supposed to be finished. And same with the people that had contacted me. Theirs were supposed to have been done, because that was the product. Now, I did not vote for this. I voted for resurfacing. So when I get upset, it's because other commissioners voted for this process of resurfacing, or whatever you'd like to call it. I voted for finished product, and I knew it was gonna cost more, and I knew we were gonna get less roads. Other commissioners voted for this process so we could get more roads. And I want you to understand, it's not your fault. We were explained something, and I didn't agree with what we were explained, and that's why I'm saying it's very frustrating when the road I live on is over 20 years, and it got paved on its regular road thing. The people in Pine Ridge, they're waiting over 20 years. The people in Hernando that contacted me, they're waiting over 20 years. Okay, these are people that have been paying and paying and paying. And then they get on the list and they say, oh, good, my road's gonna get done. And we get something like this. And if they had called on Friday, they would have been told, your road is done. The paving process is done. After talking to a couple people in the offices yesterday, now I got, like you did today, Mr. Kennard, you got the same thing I got. They're gonna go back and reevaluate and put another topping on it. And then maybe, yes, it will be done. But that wasn't what it was scheduled. So I am glad that they did explain to you that they are gonna go back and put more on it. And I'm waiting to see.
I was told last week it's not done.
Same.
Last week. I don't have a problem with any one of the commissioners up here misunderstanding a process or what's happening. But what I do get irritated with is when somebody up here, and thankfully doesn't happen often, deliberately misleads the public. There are enough people out there rage baiting, misleading the public intentionally, creating, putting some innuendo out there, if you will. Let the public do that. That's for entertainment purposes. We have a business meeting to conduct here, and if you don't understand the process, you need to sit down with staff, get a better understanding of the process so that you can deliver to your constituents in your district accurate information. They can understand that their road is not yet complete. There's another step to this process coming. This is the same process that's used up in Marion County. It's used in other counties around the state. And the expected lifespan of this is somewhere between 12 and 15 years. It's not the old, whatever that micro surface was that was, I mean, you remember what a total failure that was. That's not this system. This is something else being done. They're gonna have a nice road. I can understand the impatience with wanting it done, a week ago, a month ago, 5 years ago, but we're getting to it as best as what our budget will allow.
Madam Chair,
Commissioner Davis.
I just wanted to say that I had the same information that you and Commissioner Kennard had, so you have misunderstood. And my road is well over 30 years old and is very painful to walk on in bare feet because it is extremely rough. So.
Okay, then that leaves me. So, sitting on the Veterans Advisory Board, we all know that there's a lot of veterans in Citrus County and what great work that our VSO does and his team. But I did want to point out for July, they experienced the largest number of people, veterans that they've helped, that they have ever seen before, ever. Phil Watson went back to 2017 and they never had a month that they had over 500 people. And in July, they helped 509 clients. They did several outreaches. They fielded 1,133 calls for a total of 42 hours and 11 minutes. This represents a 142 more phone calls than last month and an additional 2 hours. Our veterans are very important to this community. They bring in a lot of money to Citrus County. They serve on a lot of boards. They help our congressmen. We have a lot of Purple Heart recipients here, and we have several. I want to look that up. Maybe I want to see if we have the most in the state of Florida. For our small county, we have many Florida Veterans Hall of Fame veterans here. We'll be talking about that more later. I'll be bringing some other things up to the board later. So I just want to give a shout out to all of our veterans. Thank you for your service, and thank you to our Veteran Service Officer and his team for the great work that you do on behalf of our veterans. And Madam Attorney, it's to you.
I have nothing, thank you.
Okay, this will be our final open to the public. Again, you'll have 3 minutes if you care to speak. Is there anyone still that would like to speak at open to the public? I mean, this guy fixes stuff and knows things. So says the t-shirt.
Using water faster than the aquifer is being replenished? Do you know that the temperature and sea levels are on the rise? When the aquifer gets so low, sea intrusion will take place. The ocean will protrude further into the springs, making water undrinkable. This will also lead to sinkholes as the limestone collapses, which we all live on. This may take place 10 years from now or sooner. It depends on nature's replenishing the aquifer, our use of water, so we are not using more than what is being replenished, and preparing for rising seas. Do you know how much hotter it is without trees? Stand in the sun tomorrow for 7 minutes and I guarantee you're heading for shade. Most will head to an air-conditioned establishment, but many will stand under a tree. Trees lower the temperature about 15 to 20 degrees. Trees hold the soil together, preventing sand washout. When you expose limestone to rain, chemicals, and bacteria, it begins to break down the limestone, and then it enters our aquifer. I suggest you step back and truly look at what you're going to subject people, animals, birds, and all of nature in the near future. Does your God want you to knowingly destroy nature and cause suffering to all living things? It's time to search your soul, because deep down, you know what is right thing to do. You can save the nature coast from the greed of developers and those profiting from being in their circle. Are you one of them, or are you with the people who voted for you? Stop the overbuilding. Say no to the sand mine, Betts Farm, the asphalt plant, and the data site. Stop the rezoning or say goodbye to the nature coast and your position as a commissioner. In addition, I have to live under the rules of starting at 7 o'clock. And if I'm correct, going back a while, it was 7 o'clock for everything else except for refuge. It starts at 6 because I have COPD and it was being woken up in the middle of the night. As far as cameras are concerned, What I would like to see, and it's not an invasion, is cameras on 491 from Truman up to Forest Ridge. It's a speed zone. It's a 40-mile zone. Trucks and everyone else are doing 60. Thank you. Thank you for your time.
Thank you for your comments. Next speaker?
Skata Bob, Floral City. As Commissioner Kennard indicated, that we have approval now of performing an unbelievable project, an absolutely unbelievable project in conjunction with TUFAR. TUFAR was awarded a grant of $4.2 million, and we had a very difficult time getting a permit. We took almost 3 years, and the FDEP still wouldn't let us do it because of the wetland. However, with the advent of a new aquatics director, Andrew Owens, we have a wonderful person who came up with brilliant ideas, and we just massaged the ideas, and we now have approval with TUFAR to take this money and execute a project which is probably, in my opinion, going to be propagated not only in Citrus County, but I believe that it will be replicated in other citrus counties and be a standard for the entire state. What am I talking about? This project is proposed to use what's called mini harvesters. They're battery operated, they're remote controlled, they can get in real close to the property owners' property lines and harvest tussocks and other aquatic materials. It will totally displace the use of herbicides, which significantly reduces a lot of problems that the general community doesn't like. They take the tussock material, and in conjunction with the operations of the landfill, that's where it's going to be dewatered and processed into biochar. Biochar has a very high amount of nitrogen and phosphate. What is that used for? Agriculture. So biochar has an unbelievable potential and need for any type of vegetation, including farmers, and even growing grass for cattle. So there's going to be a tremendous need for this product as well. It comes together with multiple uses and an overall great benefit. And then it also has a side effect of increasing the amount of water storage available in the lakes. So I could go on and on about the benefits of this, but I have to tell you that this is a big win for Citrus County. And oh, by the way, the FWC is totally on board with this, and there might not even be a permit necessary if we proceed under the basis of the FWC permit. So this is a fantastic announcement, and Jeff, you worked very hard, so thank you for your assistance in bringing it to this point here. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker? May I come up again? You may.
Thank you. My name is Orlando Lopez, 5371 North Highland Park Drive. I think you all are kind of missing the whole point here. The noise is definitely something that we have to live with, and we don't like it's affecting our lives on a daily basis. Not only do they start early in the morning, but they don't stop at 2 o'clock in the afternoon. It's intermittent. It depends on whether they're being loaded or making concrete or whatever it is. There's different types of noises that go on all day long, all day long. A couple of weekends ago, they even worked on a Saturday. We had on a Saturday morning that they were over there making all the racket. Now, the thing is that there's several different issues that we're dealing with here. We need to have a formal compatibility and permitting review, because we have buffering. They're supposed to be buffering between an industrial development and a residential area. I don't see where there's buffering there. I mean, the Withlacoochee Trail is not a buffer. Actually, it's right smack up against the Withlacoochee Trail. I am surprised that that was even permitted to happen against the state trail. There's also vibration. Now, I live on the other side of the trail, and there's about a 14-foot high where the trail is at, and I don't get as much vibration I don't feel vibration actually. But the people that live on the other side, right smack next to it, they're the ones that are really suffering. They get dust. I don't suffer from the dust, but they do. Okay, these are the people that I'm representing. We have the trail needs to be protected. The washout basin, their size, their location, their permitting. When we first purchased the property there, there was nothing going on. I didn't even know what it was. But then last year I started hearing this banging around, and I went and I looked, and they were building another silo, okay, even bigger than the one that was there before. I heard somebody said that, well, they're just restarting work. They haven't expanded. Yes, they have expanded. It's a lot bigger. It's bigger operation than what was there before. And then we're asking for a permitting timeline since 1987 so that we can see what, I mean, I don't believe, it doesn't make sense. It is not compatible.
Thank you for your comments.
Thank you.
Next speaker.
Susan Nelson, Solid Gardens. I find you guys amazing. What you, gosh, slang. You take our taxes and you do so much with half. It's just amazing how. I mean, I really feel privileged to live in this county. You're doing excellent. It's amazing. But however, I still feel community starved. Now, if it's not practical, if it's just not doable, but has there been any brainstorming with the Osher Lifelong Learning Institute where citizens come together and teach each other? Well, we need housing, we need a facility. I mean, if it's not possible, you know, due to transportation or whatever, then I won't ask again, but I'm just curious. Has there been any further? Well, I'll ask in 3 months.
We'll comment after all open to the public is done. After all comments.
Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Good afternoon, Jennifer Grogan, Inverness, Florida. I just want to say thank you to the two that spoke for me earlier. And I've requested a meeting with the sheriff, but have been denied as of now. My concern is the sheriff, when they talked to me, they told me 20 people a day get scammed. And that's 1,200 people a month that they say they have 20 people a day getting scammed. And my concern is, do we have any workshops that help people that are getting scammed? I would suspect it's a lot of elderly. I wasn't scammed out of any money. They didn't ask me for money. They asked me to pay fines at the jail. So my concern is, can we do something as a community? Because 1,200 people a month is a lot. I don't see that in Sheriff Vincent's weekly report, so I don't know if they're just not reporting it, but 20 people a month are involved in scams in this county. That is a big number, and I think things need to be done. What I also want to say is I have had a lot of fun running for county commissioner, and I appreciate every one of you now because it is no small undertaking. It has been a great thing. I mean, no disrespect, but I'm hoping to take your chair and be sitting up there with the rest of you. And I thank you for your service in this community. God bless you.
Next speaker.
Good evening, board. My name is John Labriola from Inverness. I'm actually kind of upset right now because I felt like this was an important enough issue that one of you should have addressed it in terms of somebody, not Jennifer Grogan, anybody coming to the sheriff's office and reporting a death threat. And I watched the video, it was posted on the Chronicle's website. She did say that somebody threatened to kill me. She said that we just got you out of the house to kill you. The deputy repeats it, and then he doesn't put it in the report. I think that's a serious breach. I believe that if there's no procedure where if somebody comes into the sheriff's office and reports a death threat, if there's no procedure, then there needs to be one. If there is a procedure, why didn't this deputy follow it? And why did he put in the report, in the written report, that she should block a blocked call? It was an unidentified number. Why did he put that in the report? That's nonsense. And then again, like, there should be a procedure where if somebody comes in and says that I got this call on my phone, to at least attempt to trace the number. But I don't think any procedures were followed. I don't know if it's because the sheriff's office doesn't have a procedure, or if this particular officer decided not to follow it, or what the training is, but I believe these questions need to be asked of the sheriff. I believe it's very important, because if this happened to a candidate for a county commission, whether you like her or not, then what is happening to other people that are not candidates? You know, I mean, none of us are safe. If I understand that the sheriff's office that public safety is a very important issue, and you say it all the time, how important it is to fund the public safety, which I agree. But if they're not protecting us, then where is that money going? I think it's very important that this be addressed. I would like to see the board call the sheriff up here and ask him, what is the procedure if somebody reports a death threat? So again, I know that it's at the end of the meeting. I was disappointed that nobody addressed it before, but I would like to hear it addressed. Not Jennifer Grogan, just the fact that the sheriff's office is not protecting people who receive a death threat. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Next speaker.
I agree. That's all I want to say really with what John just said. I think it's super important. Now, I've been trying to be scammed by the same police thing. I was sitting with my son and they called up. We just had a good laugh and hung up on them because we knew it was, but there was no death threat. This is where it changes. And I think the sheriff's remiss in not taking care of this and handling it, especially trying to put it on the back burner. Maybe he isn't, but so far the response he's given kind of shows that. So anyway, I do encourage you guys to talk to him. I think this is a super important subject. Thank you.
Can you please state his name for the record?
Oh, Mr. Pepp.
Joseph Papp, Crystal River,
Thank you.
23 years.
Anyone else open to the public? Okay, I'll close open to the public. Board, do you have anything? Oh, Commissioner Bays?
I have no problem asking the sheriff to come in and address this, but just for the record, the sheriff operates in the chain of command. The Board of County Commissioner has no authority over the sheriff. And if you feel it rises to the need, then this would need to go to Internal Affairs or FDLE. That would be the level where you would need to escalate this. I actually went through something. I was sitting here in my office upstairs and got a call. It looks exactly the same. It looks like it's the sheriff's office number. They told me I needed to turn myself in. And I said, well, I'm here in the courthouse. Just come get me. So, of course, I didn't have a death threat, but it was pretty intense what they were saying. So I respect this. I can tell you, we've had seniors that have had a lot of money scammed from them. I've heard there was one lady that got scammed out of over $800,000 several years ago. So it does happen. Again, we have no jurisdiction directly over the sheriff. I have no problem asking him to address this, but we have no chain of command over him.
Did you? Nope, she's right. Yeah, so I made a couple notes. I'm asking about cameras, and I will talk to the sheriff. I haven't seen the video. I haven't seen the report. I did ask somebody, I'll just say at the sheriff's office and said, was there a death threat? And what I got was not that it wasn't reported, but you're saying there's a video. So yes, I'll be willing to look into that. And you are so sweet bringing that back up about the learning center or whatever you called it. That could be a nice idea. I would say get more community support. The man sitting, I think, a couple rows behind you in the suit jacket and the pink shirt, pinkish purple shirt. He's the director of community services. Maybe that's an idea of a place that he already has or something that he does, but that would be a really great person to get some information to. And then if that is something we could do, I'm sure this board would love to hear it. We would like to see people connect if there's a need for that in the community. So thank you again for everyone in your comments. Board, unless you have anything else, I'll go ahead and take a recess. Okay, we have a hearing tonight. This board's on recess until 5:01. Hello, welcome. Welcome back to some of you. We were on a brief recess, and now at 5:01, we have a time certain for CPA AA PUD-2025-00010 Lecanto Sand LLC. This is a meeting of the Citrus County Board of County Commissioners to conduct a public hearing on application, as I just read, Lecanto Sand LLC, hereinafter referred to as applicant. After the public hearing, the commission will be asked to take action on the application either by approval or denial of the application. To make all aware, the formal parties to this proceeding are Lecanto Sand LLC, represented by Chris Carallo. Did I get it right? And Citrus County, which will present a staff presentation. We have an application to intervene filed by Megan Horick. We now need to determine whether Megan Horick will be granted party status. So board, I will need a motion to make Megan Horick granted party status.
So moved.
Second.
Motion by Commissioner Kennard, second by Commissioner Davis. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Motion carries 5-0. A formal party to the proceeding in accordance with the law and as a matter of procedural due process has the right to cross-examine witnesses, present evidence, and demand that witnesses testify under oath. Although the public is not a formal party to the proceeding, the public does have a right to be heard, and an opportunity will be given to the public to be heard. To ensure that everything runs smoothly, I find it important to quickly go over the procedure of how things are going to occur today. First, the applicant will present its application. Then county staff will make its presentation, and finally, the intervener will make its presentation. After that, the commission will open the meeting to the public. Once the public portion is closed, the applicant will have an opportunity to make a brief rebuttal. Then I will open it up to the commission for discussion and action. If any person decides to appeal any decision made by the commission with respect to any matter considered at this hearing, he or she will need a record of the proceedings, and for such purpose, he or she may need to ensure that a verbatim record of the proceedings is made, which record includes testimony and evidence upon which the appeal is to be based. During the public portion of this hearing, proponents and opponents' comments will be limited to 3 minutes for individuals and 5 minutes for an organization. Comments from the public and parties need to be limited to the subject and issue before this commission today. When anyone comes up to speak, we expect everyone to conduct themselves in manner fitting this professional setting. Personal attacks and other inappropriate behavior are discouraged, and if this occurs, you will be asked to sit down. Additionally, when you come up, this is a time for you to comment, and your comments need to be directed to me as the chairman. This may be a long proceeding, and as such, the commission may at its own discretion take recesses as needed. If and when recesses are called, do not speak of this issue with any commission member. The commission retains the right to ask questions at any time of anyone. Every person from the public wishing to speak today and any witnesses that may speak today will be placed under oath. And as stated before, you are subject to cross-examination by the applicant. Next, the commission needs to formally adopt backup materials into evidence. So I will need a motion and a vote to accept our backup materials.
Motion to approve?
Second.
Motion by Commissioner Bays, second by Commissioner Davis. All those in favor? Aye. Any opposed? Motion carries 5-0. Prior to proceeding, I'm going to defer to the county attorney's office for ex parte communications and then take care of procedural matters.
Thank you, Madam Chair. With regard to the application you're about to consider, have you had any ex parte communications you need to disclose for the record? And we'll start with Commissioner Davis.
No.
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 Now I will turn to procedural matters. If a formal party to the proceeding makes an objection, anyone who is speaking at the time must stop and wait for the objection to either be sustained or overruled. In a moment, I will give an opportunity for the applicant to take care of any procedural concerns they may have. Do any of the commission members have any procedural questions or comments?
Not at this time.
Does the applicant have any procedural matters to resolve now?
He does not.
Okay, thank you. We will now proceed with the hearing, and the applicant may come forward.
I'm sorry, one flaw in the instructions. I need to read the ordinances into the record. I'm sorry.
Okay.
I apologize. At the conclusion of this hearing, you're going to be asked to consider an ordinance of Citrus County, Florida, political subdivision of the state of Florida, amending the Citrus County future land use map by redesignating approximately 44 acres from the low-density residential district to the extractive district, providing for applicability, providing for severability, providing for inclusion, providing for scrivener's errors, providing for modification that may arise from consideration at public hearing, and providing for an effective date. And secondly, the Atlas Amendment ordinance is an ordinance of Citrus County, Florida, political subdivision of the state of Florida, amending the Citrus County land use atlas map by redesignating approximately 70 acres from the low-density residential district with mobile homes allowed and the extractive district to the extractive district with a planned unit development for a new sand mine, providing for applicability, providing for severability, providing for inclusion, providing for scrivener's errors, providing for modification that may arise from consideration at public hearing, and providing for an effective date. And now it would be time for the applicant.
Now, sir, you may come forward. Thank you.
Hello, Commissioners. My name is Chris Carollo, and I own Lecanto Sand Mine in Fraser Hall, Peach Orchard, Citrus County. You got me now? You want me to start over?
That's okay.
All right.
Actually, yes, start over for the record in
Yes,
case
ma'am.
the clerk had trouble.
Hello, Commissioners. My name is Chris Carollo, and I own Lecanto Sand Mine, located in the Fraser Hall Peach Orchard area of Citrus County. We're here today requesting a land use and zoning change to extend the existing extractive designation to the remaining portion of our property, an exception for setbacks based on waivers. The Fraser Hall Peach Orchard area is approximately 350 acres and has historically consisted of extractive properties, along with some low-density residential homes. Mining has taken place in this area for more than 50 years. Much of Citrus County has been built using materials that come from properties like ours in the area. Many homes and businesses throughout the county are built on foundations made from our sand, and even the Suncoast Parkway expansion is using material from our property. I also think it's important to understand that extractive use is not the end use story for this property. In many ways, it's the beginning of future opportunities. Once extraction is complete, these lands can transition to valuable future uses and developments that can benefit the county and its residents. In fact, other nearby extractive properties have already evolved into successful community uses, including the Outpost Shooting Range, Johnson Family Hobbies. In our case, a proposed final use is a C&D landfill in just a few years, making reclamation a priority to further support the needs of the community. We understand that there are people that oppose growth and development in Citrus County, and we respect their views and their opinions. At the same time, we believe that our request meets the stringent requirements of the county's zoning and mining code, and we respectfully ask for your support and approval of this request. Thank you for your time and considerations. I'd be happy to answer any questions.
Or do you have any questions for the applicant?
Not at this time.
Thank you.
I have a question.
Yeah, I don't know if there's any, if you're going to ask if there's any cross-examination before he's done.
You want that before board questions, or?
Either way, just if he's the only witness, then it would be.
So, the county, do you have any questions or cross-examination?
Just a few, please. Thank you. There were a few items that the special master were asking for. You provided most of them. I think we don't have a sign-off from perhaps 2 residential owners. Can you talk about that with the southern area?
Yes, ma'am. We actually got one of those sign-offs, waiver setback. The gentleman was just late getting it turned in. We have that with us. We submitted it to the county as well. Now it's down to 1 remaining property that is refusing to sign the setback waiver. And it's important to point out that that is the individual that sold us the property and is also in the mining business.
Okay, and you've seen the conditions as well from the special master and no concern with the conditions as he's outlined?
No, ma'am.
Okay, and
Just setbacks.
right. There was some late public input received today from a budding property owner. Can you address that a little bit? Not a
Right now,
budding, but in the area, I apologize.
yeah, absolutely. To the north of us, we had a neighbor that has built his berm and fence line on our property line. We had the county come out there and take a look at it. We've been trying to work with him for a long time. We're going to continue to keep working with him. Unfortunately, we did have to trespass him on the property because of an incident.
Okay, nothing further, Madam Chair.
The intervener, Miss, sorry, I lost the name. Is it Megan? Do you have any questions, ma'am? Could you just pause for me 1 second? Do I need to swear in anybody else? Just the public?
Not during questioning. Actually, I apologize.
Well, two people came up instead of one, so.
We should have actually sworn in the applicant. And why don't we just swear anybody in right now who intends to offer any evidence? And then it's taken care of everybody.
Okay, do you
And
wanna
I
do that?
apologize that I forgot that for the applicant, so. Sorry about my gimped up hand. Anybody who's going to testify? Not public, but if you're going to testify for any of the parties, if you stand and raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? And when those individuals come up to the microphone, if they could please just remind us that they've been sworn so that the clerk can get that in the record.
I did have some questions.
Could you pull the microphone?
Sorry,
There
I'm
you
so
go.
short. I did have some questions. I was going to have Curtis speak for me if that's okay, just because I get very nervous. If you guys are okay with that.
Can you state your name and then whoever speaks, if Mr. Bryant's going to speak, he needs to state his name.
My name is Megan Horak, and I'm the intervener for the Lecanto Sand application.
Okay.
Okay, thank you.
All right, Curtis Bryant, for the record. So questions for you. We're going to shut the share this microphone so we get kind of comfortable. You purchased this parcel June 24th, 2025, correct?
I believe so.
I'm assuming when you purchased it, you did your due diligence on the purchase.
As much as we could.
Okay. Is it correct then that in the past, the county required paving McClure streets, or avenue, or lane, as a condition of prior conditional use approval for the previous owner of your parcel, which is conditional use 0608?
I have no idea.
Okay. We'll get to that when we get to the.
I apologize, but is there a better way for us to do this with the microphones? Because
want me to
we're not getting his, the applicant's answers.
Don't mind sitting down. I'm going to turn you on. There you go.
All right, do you need me to repeat that?
Yes.
Okay. So is it correct that in the past, the county required paving McClure points a condition of prior conditional use approval for the previous owner of your parcel?
I do not know.
Okay, that was conditional use 0608, and we'll go over that with the staff in a minute. Is it true then that the county denied a second conditional use approval for this site, in part because they did not have paved access from McClure?
I did not own the property at this time, so I don't know.
Okay, conditional use 0803. Are you aware that the Land Development Code requires paving up to the mine sites, connecting a new mine directly to a collector or arterial roadway such as Homosassa Trail?
No.
Are you willing to pave McClure up to the mine site as required by the Land Development Code? This would be paving McClure completely to the entrance of the mine site and built to county standards.
Based on the commissioner's feedback.
Okay. Are you willing to rebuild and maintain Hoskins from the Homosassa Trail to McClure?
Why would I do that if it's a shared road?
We'll get to the trucking in a minute, but there's a lot of truck traffic, and truck traffic wears down Hoskins, or into that entrance there.
But it is a shared road, and at this time, I'm the only party that's doing maintenance on it right now.
Are you willing to connect directly to Homosassa Trail as required by the Land Development Code?
It'll be based on the commissioner's findings.
Okay. Is it correct then that in 2009, a letter from the county stated that a mining permit would be required to mine parcels 31 and 32, which is where the current pit is located?
I do not know.
Okay, that's DS 05313. When did you begin your sand mining operation on the site?
Late 2025.
Okay, did you have a mining permit from the county at the time?
We were under the impression we did, yes.
Do you have one currently?
Right now, with the county, and I'd actually like to have Joanna address this because this is on pause based on the rezoning that's going on right now.
Okay, she'll probably get to that in her staff report, but currently you don't have a mining permit, okay? Do you have any documentation that shows this parcel had continuous use as a mine since the 2004 county letter indicating valid nonconforming use without lapsing for 365 days?
Yes.
Okay, do you have an ERP approval from SwiftMud at this time?
No, we have one pending.
Okay. Is it true that SwiftMud sent you a complaint investigation letter and indicating the property was not in compliance with district regulations for sand pit operation for not having a valid ERP on February 25th, 2026?
Yes.
Is it true that the property has been cited by code compliance for issues of operating a mine without a permit on April 17th, 2026?
I'd have to check on that.
Okay, that is case number CE 2026-00565. Have you stopped the mining operations on this site?
No.
So have active code complaints for mining without a permit, and we're still continuing to mine. Are trucks still running to get filled dirt and bringing vegetative debris to the site today?
No vegetative debris.
Okay. You purchased an adjacent parcel, which we'll call the Henley parcel, on April 29, 2026, correct?
I believe so.
Okay. Do you have a county-issued mining permit for this site?
No.
Is it true then that the Henley parcels you've purchased have also been cited by code compliance for mining without a permit and storing vegetative debris without a permit?
No.
Okay. Is it true that SwiftMud investigated these parcels on August 7th and documented construction activity?
What date?
August 7th, so Friday.
I'd have to check on the dates and what it was.
Okay. In aerial photographs, the Henley property has a dirt road that connects the site to this application, this site application. Are you using the Henley property to access the current site that we're talking about today?
Yes.
In your summary letter dated July 21st, 2026, you stated that you would construct a 12-foot landscape berm in front of all residential properties. Is that correct?
No.
The letter that you have that you sent in that you were going to do a 12-foot berm?
Does it say all residential, or does it say in front of his road there?
So the question then would be, is it only for that one particular parcel?
It is for that road, down this side there, sir.
So it was on Race Avenue?
Yes, sir.
Okay, so from Race Avenue in front of the residential portions, okay. This berm will be built to the Lane Development Code standards, is that correct?
It would actually be built above it. We went above and beyond to reach out to these neighbors that you're referencing and offer to build the berm 12 feet instead of 8 feet, as well as issue them a memorandum that dump trucks will never go in front of their house. And that was part of what we talked to them, was for them to issue the waivers.
Okay, but that would be built to the Lane Development Code standards, the berm?
If not above, yes.
Okay. Your reclamation plan consists of converting the property to improved pastures once it's finished, is that correct?
Correct.
Okay. And that's essentially planting grass on the property to make it kind of like a field?
Correct.
Okay, that's all I got for you.
Okay. Nothing. Board, any questions?
Can I do a follow-on comment on that? Am I allowed to rebut?
I know you can after public comment. We'll defer to the attorney.
So I think at least you seem to have a question, so you might want to finish the board questions first. But then he still has time under his presentation, so if he wanted to continue, I don't think he used 30 minutes. Oh, is anybody using the timer? Oh. So,
we're not all looking at you, but we are looking at you.
I just need 30 seconds.
You have
well,
time.
he has a full, I mean, you have a full 30 minutes, and I think you've maybe used 10, maybe?
22 seconds.
Just give him 20 minutes.
And I don't know if you have any other witnesses, that's why I say that.
I guess a lot of what we want to address here is that a lot of these issues that are being brought up are we bought the property and we kind of inherited. We have had open dialogue and countless meetings with county, Swift Mud, DEP to correct all these things. We have 2 ERPs that are pending. We have another one that's about to be submitted. We have stopped taking in any vegetative debris. We only have what's on our property, which DEP said we could do. We filed the additional permits for that as well. So just to address a lot of this is that a lot of these things were inherited, and we are actively trying to fix a lot of these past problems.
Board, any questions now?
Yes.
Commissioner Kennard?
When was the last time you you had a load of vegetative debris brought to the property?
I would have to check, but I guess right after DEP came by, they told us to file for our incinerator permit, and they said we can only process our debris on property.
And my understanding is that the county has also been out there, and I don't know if they cited you, but warned you about vegetative debris being brought there. Was that after DEP?
So that was right around the same time. We discussed the conversation with them. We showed them our permit. Our engineer is actually here who's filing the incinerator permit with DEP. So since we've been contacted by those agencies, nothing's coming on property.
Okay, thank you.
Anything else? Nothing for me. Commissioner Bass?
Not at this time.
Since I'm running this, they dumped a whole bunch of information and you both kind of, well, he was very fast. I just need to give me 1 second. So in our backup material, you had 2 neighbors that you worked with, and then they gave information to us where they were okay as long as you made provisions. One of those provisions was the 12-foot berm. I believe I read in backup material that there was a third that you planned on having, and I know you said you got that information today. Is that the person you were talking about?
For the waiver, for the setback waiver, we got that a couple weeks ago. It just happened to be a couple days after submission was required. We did send it in, and I do have a copy with me also. And we have a map layout where we can show you all the different neighbors that have signed off on the setback approval.
And there's a 4th person that hasn't.
That has not, that is refusing to speak to us.
I would love to see that map. That would be helpful.
Yes, ma'am. I believe we submitted this in our packet also. I don't know if they can put it on
the screen.
On the screen.
Or I could probably just bring it up here.
I apologize for interrupting. Is there a page number on the bottom of that by any chance?
No, ma'am.
I have your application pulled up, and that's, yeah. I don't know what you all have it. I've looked up application, but it's not there, so now I'm looking at construction plans. That would make things easier. The clerk, well, if you already have this, then that's.
I think we did submit that. It might be somewhere in our packet.
So on the map, can you tell me
Absolutely. So if we
which people are which?
So if you want to start on the, we'll start on the northeast, or I'm sorry, the northwest there. 4100 is and 3000 are owned by the developer Garden Street Communities. They signed off for us on that one. To the south of that is Mr. Lester. He signed off on us. His was the late one getting in. North of our property is EXT. If you look to the northeast, it is Gun Range EXT. If you look to the bottom 2 lots, which has a star on it, I believe it's number 53 and 56, if everybody can identify those. 53 is Mr. Cody, who we gave the agreement to for the 12-foot berm and no trucks on that. And then 56 is the one lot owned by Dirt Boys who sold us the property.
They're the ones not giving you.
They are refusing to speak to us. They are our competition.
Okay. And on this map, you're currently mining at the top, right? This is where the current mine is?
Yes, ma'am, there's 25 acres. Those five-acre parcels were the ones that were conditionally approved by the county back in 2008.
And then which properties now do you have code enforcement complaints on?
I would say that they're making complaints on the northern portion. We are coming in through the north on the the northwest 5 acres there on lot number 18. We purchased 18 and 33 from Mr. Henley, the one that they're calling the Henley property.
Yeah, I can't read this. Do you know which one the Henley property is? Can you point it out?
Wish I had like a laser pointer.
No disrespect, my phone's just gonna be when I need Google Maps.
Does anybody have a laser pointer?
That's 33. Oh, 18 and 33, okay. Okay.
Might be in the back room. Here you go.
Here, this is. I think that's what Commissioner Barrick shows, 18 and 33.
Okay, great.
Here, here, and up here.
Yep, okay, thank you.
So just to back up, this is Mr. Lester's property right here.
I'm sorry, sir, can you get closer to the microphone?
Sorry about that. Mr. Lester's property, which was the late one showing up. Garden State. Right here is Mr. Cody's property. This is the Dirt Boys property, the 5 acres that's holding out. We owned these lots right here, the 25, and then we purchased this additional 10 acres from Mr. Henley. So right now on the north on the Henley property is where we're entering the property to access the other 25 acres. What we're proposing for them is that Mr. Cody's concern was trucks going down this road. So with the memorandum that we issued, trucks will never use Race Avenue. They'll stay using this area right here, which has been in use for as far back as we can see in 1978.
I'm trying to even bring up Google Maps, the technology in here. You'd think that all the money we give to IT for upgrades, we could get some internet service in here. I want to just see where it exists with the roads. So when you had made
Race
a...
is right here, which we won't be using.
You made a comment, and that's why I wanted to get a map to drill that down. The applicant's representative had said something about coming off of Homosassa Trail. And you said possibly, I was trying to see where you would come off Homosassa Trail.
So it's going to be off the map up here, actually, where you see Homosassa Trail heading on that direction to the northeast. You follow the property line straight north. That's where it intersects, and that's where the intersection's at, right there. Right there, there's probably about 100-foot apron of asphalt that's been in place right now, and nothing else has ever been done. They're all dirt roads that we maintain.
Okay. Thank you.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Anyone else have questions?
I have a couple.
Commissioner Bass.
Is this legally a new mine?
So a lot of the question goes back to when we purchased this and had our meetings with the county, there was conditional uses assigned to all 25 acres here. We did our due diligence, which was questioned on there, and we were provided the information that it was in continuous use and that the ERPs were updated. Part of what we ended up doing was going to Dirt Boys to ask them for proof of the continuous use, as well as for the other stuff, is then when they refused to give us any of the information. So our prior due diligence, when we went through and did all this, we got information from them that was in prior use. We did satellites and that kind of stuff. But when we went to them for them to do documented or for the setbacks, that's when they said, we don't want to talk to you anymore. Dirt Boys sold us the property saying that they had already talked to commissioners saying that it was going to be approved. Obviously, we know that has to happen. But now they are going after the same work that we're going after, and we suspect that's the reason they don't want to cooperate.
But Dirt Boys was a separate piece of property from the one that we're,
Which one, ma'am?
Dirt Boys, you bought Dirt Boys, which is a separate piece of property from the one that we're currently working on tonight. That you're
No,
asking.
it was purchased from them, both of them.
But what we're discussing tonight is not the piece of property that you're talking about that's been in operation from Dirt Boys. This one has not been in operation continuously for the past 12 months, correct?
The one to the south,
The one that's before us, the application that's before us tonight.
has not been touched ever.
Okay.
Yes, I'm sorry, the 45 acres has never been touched. It's adjoining the 25 acres that has been mined. Yes.
And exactly what did the county code enforcement cite on August 4th?
On August 4th, they got reports about, I believe, debris, about building our berms, and about selling dirt off of the back 45 acres. We came to find out that a lot of those complaints were put in from Mr. Pickett to our north, who we had to trespass off our property. We also found out that they were submitted by a lot of people that were not our neighbors. We took county enforcement out there. We walked them around the back 45. They saw that nothing was touched. They came in, they saw that the only debris that was touched on site was within sight from us. So based on the conversations with them, we went out and showed them everything that they brought up, and they left, satisfied knowing that we're not taking in any more debris, and we're filing for the incinerator permit.
But they wrote you a citation, correct?
I'm not sure if they actually wrote us a formal citation or not. Do you know if they did? It sounds like they did, yes.
And what exactly did DEP find during its inspection?
DEP flew drones over and said the same thing. They said if you're taking in outside debris, you need to have an incinerator permit. So we stopped taking in debris right after speaking with them and filed for the incinerator permit.
So you never had authorization to accept debris there previously, but did it?
We did under the current, we were working under a conditional use under SwiftMud, and under SwiftMud, we would have the right to take in the debris. When SwiftMud came back and said that we were not in continuous use, based on reports that they had got, even though with our due diligence, we had thought we were in continuous use, they then told us to stop. We then stopped immediately and filed for the permits.
That concludes my questions for the moment.
Commissioner Davis.
How far north do you own all the way to Hoskins?
No, ma'am.
What's the northern boundary? I'm looking at a map, so you can just tell me the road or the...
It's gonna be, do you have this one with the numbers on it, ma'am?
I'm looking at Google Maps because it's a heck of a lot better.
Me too. That would be helpful.
I just don't know how to describe it. It's number 18 on this one, so it's right
So
on the
there's
corner.
McClure Point Drive takes a northern, it goes east-west and then it goes north. So that's one marker is where McClure takes a 90-degree turn.
Correct, and then another 5 acres we have there on the left, and then it stops.
So that little cross, there's a little cross sand thing that goes from Penton to McClure. So there is a parcel, a long skinny parcel north of that with
Yes.
some sort of buildings on Hoskins. What is that?
So north of the 1 5 acre north of our property is Mr. Pickett's, and then there's another 5 acres north of that, which is Mr. Ritchie, who lives there, who has a residential home.
So how were you going to tie into Homosassa Trail?
Through McClure there, the same road that's always been used, ma'am. McClure runs straight up and banks a little bit to the left and then then tees into Homosassa
Hoskins.
Trail.
It actually
Hoskins.
goes into Hoskins, so it's not directly into Homosassa Trail.
Sorry, it T-bones into Hoskin and then turns in there.
Yeah.
Sorry.
I was just trying to be clear.
Yes,
That's all.
ma'am.
Do you have anything else? Okay, so just be doubly clear because that's why I brought up the map confused. So you don't have property that butts up to Homosassa Trail?
No, ma'am.
Okay. So you currently come in off of Homosassa Trail onto West Hoskins Lane,
Yes.
and do you go to McClure? Do you
South,
continue down
yeah.
Hoskins?
Straight south down Hoskin, or down McClure. Straight that first right down McClure.
Okay. And then McClure goes all the way around. You do not use South Cawthon Point,
No, ma'am.
and they're all private roads. And the roads you're going down are all paved, correct?
They're all dirt.
They're all dirt?
Yes, ma'am.
McClure's dirt and
Yes, ma'am.
Hoskins is dirt? Oh, let me make this bigger. Okay. I thought so, but then it showed paved. Now, I thought some of that was paved and it's just covered with some dirt.
That first 100 feet coming off of Homosassa Trail is maybe 150 feet is asphalt, and then they both turn into lime rock roads.
Okay. Okay, thank you. Commissioner Bass, did you have something else?
I'm good right now.
Okay. Commissioner Davis, I just see lights on. I don't want to miss
Oh, I'm
anything.
sorry.
That's okay.
Chair, I don't know whether anybody has any cross-examination based upon the board's questions.
Ms. Katu?
No, thank you.
Miss, I've got to get your name to memory. I can't call you by your first name.
Ms. Horak.
Miss Horak. Do you have any cross-examination based on these questions? Is she saying no back? I can't hear it. She's blocked. Okay. Okay, thank you for your presentation.
Does that complete, is that done? Are you done with your case?
You have more time. if you
No
need.
more witnesses? Okay. Yeah, just say.
No, ma'am. We have our engineer with us if you guys have any technical questions. But other than that, no other witnesses, ma'am.
Okay, so now's your opportunity to present your case. So put on whatever witnesses you want to put on.
You know what, since he's waiting for that, I'll ask you another question. When we talk about the vegetative debris that you were cited for, were people paying you to pick up their debris and then you would bring it back and burn it? Is that?
When we were under the impression that we could do that, yes, they would bring it in there, we would take it in, and we would get a formal burn permit, and we would burn it.
Are you still burning anything on the
No,
property?
only if it's our material. DEP was very clear that if we clear stuff on our property, we can burn that.
And you were cited for mining without a permit. Are you still mining on the property?
So we have not mined on the 10 acres at all. They came out and tried to say we were mining on the 10 acres. We have not touched the 10 acres at all.
Okay, but you're mining on the larger property?
On the 25 acres, that was a discussion that we had with county. It was a discussion we had with Swift Mud. Everybody knew about what was going on with the lapse in use and how it was perceived. And we were trying to do everything we could to get it in place.
Okay, okay, thank you.
Yes, ma'am.
Would you like any more of your time, or does that conclude your presentation?
That's it, ma'am. Thank you.
Okay, you're welcome. Ms. Katu?
All right, so I'm going to try to unravel some of that, but no guarantees. I'll do my best. This is a comprehensive plan amendment and an atlas amendment and a PUD for a new mining area. So approximately 44 acres of it is part of the comprehensive plan and amendment, and the rest of it is a total of 70 acres. So this is a land use map you can take a look at. The northern area, there's 5 lots there are extractive already. The remainder are residential. Staff did give you a history in the staff report. So the ones that are extractive now, and also that, so the ones that are extractive now, we have a conditional use from 2006 that shows that there was extractive on the site in 2006. You heard Mr. Bryant ask some questions about that. not really going to be prepared to answer a lot of questions about the conditional use, other than that did demonstrate we knew of mining in those areas in '06. And then looking down south, 34, 35, and 36, although they're residential, we are aware in 2004 that a valid nonconforming use that was recognized in 1984 for mining was reaffirmed in 2004. So we know that as of 2004, lots 34, 35, and 36 had mining. We couldn't find any other mining for any of the remaining. That's from 47, 48, 49, and then the 6 lots to the south. Couldn't find any history of mining on those particular sites. So why this is important, you did hear a little bit about code enforcement. There was a code enforcement complaint on the entire application site. When code went out there, they did not find any mining happening from 47, 48, 49, and south. Those are the areas where we had no historical recognition of mining anyway. So that part of the case was closed. The northern area, the claim was that there has not been continuous operation of mining since either '06 or '04. So we could not demonstrate that as well. Now, granted, we don't go out there on a yearly basis and check to see if there's a mine. It's not hard to demonstrate continuous use. You can have a ERP that actually stayed active. That would actually work, something like that. You don't have to go out there and turn dirt, but you do have to have some kind of documentation. We did ask that from the applicant. You heard him say he was unable to get that. So that code case is still open. It's waiting for the outcome of this particular hearing. If this is approved, then they will have to complete the permit application process with the county to get mining approved on that area. Now, you also heard some testimony, leaving this map up for a second, about lots 18 and 33. Those were recently acquired by the applicant. That is a new code case. Code did go out there and did find some evidence of extractive use there. Vegetative debris is a whole nother application type that's not part of this application or on that site or on this site. That's another part of the land development code. You can't accept that. There is a sign on site that they're accepting vegetative debris, but you did hear the testimony that they're not, so that's good, but both of those code cases are still pending. All right, so this is an aerial, and I just wanted to basically tell you here what's in the area. So he did talk about sign-offs from neighbors. So the reason that's important is because, and I put the entire table in the staff report about what setbacks are required. So you need 500 feet from residentially committed areas, or the code does say, or you can get a sign off from that particular property owner. So they did obtain them from 3 of the 4. So you have a proposed residential subdivision there on the northwest corner. That's not come before you yet. It's not quite made it to PDC yet. They're working on a development agreement with engineering as far as Homosassa Trail and right-of-way, but we'll hopefully start that process fairly soon. The star to the southwest is an existing house. He's provided a waiver from that particular person. The outdoor shooting range, that was approved years ago through public hearings. And then you have 4 other houses that staff could find in the area. One of them has been signed off on, one of them has not, and then the other 3 are actually beyond the 500 foot. But there is a lot of mining activity in the area, and the outdoor shooting range, it certainly is very heavily mined. All right, this is another aerial. This is probably a little better. I did put this in so you can see the connection to Homosassa Trail and see all the roads, because the special master had the same confusion y'all did. So one of the things that came up in the special master hearing was about paving the road. You can go back to the 2006 conditional use that says, well, you need to pave the road all the way to the mine. They never did that. I don't know if they stopped activity at that point because they didn't want to do that or what happened. I'm talking about prior owners, not this particular one. McClure is not paved. Hoskins, a very small portion, as he testified, is, and then it turns to heavily compacted dirt. I didn't really see lime rock. It could be, but these are all private roads. Now, what the code says is it doesn't say you have to 100% pave it all the way to the mine. It says you need to pave it to the mine unless otherwise specified by the county engineer. And unfortunately, that's going to be put on Ken Cheek if this gets approved at the time of permitting as to whether he feels it's necessary. Right now, McClure is heavily used. It's used by the shooting range. It's used by other mining activity. You can see the one to the north. There's one to the east. I think the one to the east is Dirt Boys. So these roads are not just used by this applicant, but by a whole lot of historical uses as well. Heavy traffic here. So it's not that they're not paving and they have to, they're not paving, and I think he's asking for relief from that, or the county engineer will have to see about that. So this I also wanted to point out to you because of the setbacks. So it's what they're asking for is a very compact rectangle of development. If this gets approved, of course, with what the special master said, and we meet the 500 foot, that's not going to look like that. They're going to have to come in a little bit to meet the 500 foot on that south area. All right, so this is one of the roads. These are the roads that, like I said, I don't see any lime rock here. This is definitely dirt. There's one of the berms from an existing mine to the north. I took this picture so you can see they're pretty high relative to the car. And this is the turn they were talking about from McClure onto Race Avenue. Again, all dirt everywhere you look. The shooting range is off to the right here, and farther down this road, you're going to run into an existing mine. I think it's Dirt Boys. So this is their mining actual application. They have 2 phases. Once they complete phase 1, which is the northern part, then they would do the reclamation of phase 1 and move to phase 2, which is the southern part. This is where the 500 foot would come in. They would have to meet 500 foot from any mining activity, any excavation. They are proposing berms around this, but not the 500 foot on the south to at least one of the residents. And this is showing the berm that they are proposing. Like I said, it's a very perfectly straight area. If they if they can't meet the 500 foot and they don't get the waiver, that part to the south would change. They are proposing to have a chain link fence, and they're proposing no trespassing signs, etc. So the mining ordinance is very detailed. It's pages and pages in our land development code, and the special master went through those line by line, and they were meeting the standards that they had to meet. They have a biological survey. They show that they meet the hours of operation. They have the fences. They have the signs. So the area they were not meeting is, one, the question on whether they need to pave or not, but also the setbacks. And that was a big one with the special master. He also had a concern about financial responsibility. The Land Development Code talks about that they have to demonstrate financial responsibility. They did turn in some information. It doesn't actually meet what the code asks for yet, but that's required at the time of mining permit, not at this stage. And that was it. You can see the special master transcript is in your packet. He did recommend approval with conditions, but the conditions were that they have to meet the setbacks or retain waivers from all of the applicants, and then turn in various items, most of which have been turned in at this time.
Got a lot of time left. Do you want us to stop your time for now?
And I'm not presenting a case, so I'm trying to just make it sort it out for you. I don't care about the time.
May I just say, I think she misspoke. She said that the special master said he had to have waivers from applicants. I think she meant to say abutting residential.
Yes, obviously they're not applicants, yes, excuse me. So he did recommend conditions. You have that in your packet on the ordinance, and yes, excuse me, it was residentially committed properties.
May I ask a question? Because I've heard 2 conflicting things. One, that the applicant's putting a berm all the way around the property, but maybe I misunderstood. The applicant said that a 12-foot berm would only be abutting one property.
Right, so he doesn't have to put a 12-foot on the mining ordinance. It needs to be an 8-foot at a 4-to-1 slope. Okay. But the 12-foot is something that sounds like he offered to one of these abutting property owners. Okay. As a special condition for that person.
Okay, thank you for clearing that up. Does the applicant have any questions or for the county? Do you have any questions for the county? Yes, or your spokesperson here.
Just tell them that you're gonna have me do it.
I'm gonna have him read the questions for you.
Okay.
Okay, Ms. Coutu, how are you?
Good.
So the Land Development Code requires a mining permit to conduct mining activities, whether it's vested rights or non-conforming use. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Yep, okay. So vested rights, are they claiming vested rights on this property?
We do not have any applications for vested rights.
Okay, and vested rights requires an application. It requires biannual mining reports and those types of things, correct?
There's a lot of requirements in Land Development Code.
Okay, and if those are not provided, they don't get the vested rights usage.
Yeah, you can't have it unless you apply.
Perfect. So non-conforming use. You had mentioned the non-conforming uses. What is a valid non-conforming use?
A valid nonconforming use would be a use that is not currently complying with the Land Development Code standards. For example, the zoning is not extractive, but they may have been doing extractive use. That's what I meant in this case.
Okay. And to keep that, they have to keep the property as a continuing mine, as you said, for not let that lapse for 365 days.
Yes, Land Development Code says to keep a nonconforming use valid, you cannot cease operation for more than 365 continuous days.
Perfect. Is it true that the owner of the property has to prove that continuous use to keep that nonconforming use?
If they want to have a demonstration with the code case, yes, they need to prove that because we could not find anything to back that up.
Okay, so since 2004, when the county reaffirmed the nonconforming use, they've had to show from 2004 to 2026 that it's been in continuous operations without lapsing for 365 days.
A couple of the lots were 04, a couple were 06, but
Okay.
yes, that's what they would need to do.
Okay, has the county received anything to indicate that it's been nonconforming use for 20 years?
Not for either of those dates,
Okay.
no.
And if the lapse of 365 days occurs, that means the non-conforming use of the mine is lost.
I'm sorry, I didn't
So
understand.
if it goes to the 365 days and they haven't proved since we haven't proved anything since 2006, that means that they haven't proven the non-conforming use is still valid. They lose that non-conforming use privileges.
The valid nonconforming use would no longer be active.
Perfect. And that would require them to have a current mining permit to be able to mine.
Right, which is why we're going through this, yeah.
Perfect, yep. And the parcels that we're talking about today, 31 and 32, which are the ones that are being mined, those were not part of the valid nonconforming use, is that correct?
31 and 32 were the ones that had the 2006 mine, and they are part of it in that we don't know that that was continuous.
This letter, PM2, I'm going to give that to you to read it. This letter is from Ms. Farnsworth. Does it state on there that 31 and 32 were not part of the nonconforming use?
It's a 2009 memo. Give me a second.
Oh, sorry.
That's all right.
I've got copies of you guys.
So this is stating that there's evidence of mining on lots 31 and 32 between 95 and 03.
But it states that the mine would require a permit to be able to mine those sites.
For 34, 35, and 36, yes.
Okay. And perfect. All right. So mining permits. So is it correct then if they lose the nonconforming use, they would have to adhere to the current land development code to be able to mine?
Obtain a permit and this mining permit, yes.
Correct. And is it correct that they don't have a current mining permit?
They haven't been able to demonstrate it's been continuous operation. That's what they're trying to do today.
Correct, but they don't have a current mining permit.
Not yet, they're
Okay.
trying.
Is it correct then that part of the permit, the requirement to obtain a permit is to receive all federal and state permits, including ERP from SwiftMud?
That might be listed in Land Development Code. We can't require federal and state permits before issuance. That might be a requirement in the LDC.
Yes, it's an LDC that does say that. And so is it correct then, even if this application is to be approved, they can't mine this property without those permits?
I don't know.
Okay. And then your testimony is that parcels 47 through 52, 57, 58, 59 have no record of development. Is that correct?
Correct.
All right, so I've got here. I got two memos. Here's a second one. Here's a second one.
Okay.
All right, so there's an application. So the reason I bring these up is there's an application 1993-1994 that these requested parcels were to be zoned extractive in the G flume.
Generally in Fraser Hall,
Correct.
Peach Orchard in general,
Right.
yes.
So the parcels that we're talking about today, they had requested them to be zoned extractive for the general future land use map.
I don't know if those were particularly these lots. I do see something about lot 37, but this is a very vague,
On the draft document, it says lots 34 through 59.
okay, the other one, I was looking at the wrong one. Let's see. 34 through 59, yes, then that never happened. This particular amendment never happened, yes.
Correct. So those lots are currently not zoned extractive.
The ones to the south, absolutely not. Those,
Correct.
right.
Which would mean that the county did not support changing those parcels 47 through 52, 57, 58, and 59 to extractive use.
I don't know what the intent was at that time. I can't say whether we supported it or not.
On the memo from 1994, on the back second page of that, it talks about the mining operations being within 3,000 feet of residential properties, which is why they recommended that the application be withdrawn to change those to extractive use.
What it says is staff could not support it as it would constitute expansion within 3,000 feet of an existing residence. Yeah.
Correct. So it is correct then that in 1994, the county did not support expanding mine sites in the area in regards to BCC.CPA.94.03 due to compatibility issues with adjacent residential properties.
That's what this memo appears, yes.
Perfect. Conditional use, let's go to that. So we can kind of skip some of these questions if you answer this one to address that. Is it true that the part of the approvals of the conditional uses in the past in this area in the early 2000s required McClure to be paved to the property line?
I do not know. I told you I did testify about that, but yeah.
Okay, so there's conditional use denial in 2005. I'll give you this one.
Thank you.
All right, so 2005, there's conditional use denial to allow a vegetative debris disposal in a former pit. This is the CU-06-05 for parcels 29, 38, 45, and 46, which is now the gun range. Is that correct?
I'm sorry, I was reading. Go ahead. I apologize. Can you
Okay,
repeat that?
so this paper, the CU-06, the application for the vegetative debris disposal that I just handed you, is it correct that they denied that application for the vegetative debris disposal?
The staff recommended denial on this memo.
Right. Is it correct that the staff analysis for the application stated that the Land Development Code requires access limited to collector or arterial roadways and that access roadways be paved to the mine site, citing Land Development Code 4699?
So that's one of a number of findings of fact, yes.
Okay. Further, the staff stated that the use was not compatible with surrounding residents. Is that correct?
That is their statement, would be generally incompatible with adjacent properties, yes.
Perfect. Under the proposed finding of facts, staff again noted that the property did not meet Land Development Code standards, again under section 4699, which required paved access to the property and that access specifically be limited to collector and arterial roadways. Is that correct?
Away from the entrance to parcel 46, that's what it says in 06, yes.
Perfect. So there's an application, CU-0608, which is that one for this particular parcel. For this application for the conditional use for the vegetative grinder for the Dirt Boys project, which is this particular parcel, it was approved on April 20, 2026 for parcels 31, 32, 34, 35, and 36. Is that correct?
I don't have the exact date, but I know it was 06, okay. There you go, you've got it.
What were the conditions of that approval? Or were there conditions for that approval?
Yeah, there's 13 conditions
Okay.
on this letter.
What does condition number 4 say?
Condition number 4, when entrance, access must be located along the north entrance. Between the entrance and Homosassa Trail must be paved to county standards prior to permit issuance.
Okay, so that would mean that they were required to pave up to the current sites on McClure Street, or McClure Road.
Between the entrance and Homosassa Trail.
Okay, what does condition 11 say?
Traffic study for an intersection analysis must be submitted and approved.
Okay, does the county have a record of that traffic analysis?
No,
Okay.
none of this do we have that.
All right, we're going to shift to March 2007. Is it correct that in the March 5th, 2007 memorandum, Public Safety Director Charles Policino noted that there was never a permit issued for the grinder due to not having met the requirement of the conditional use?
Yes, I think that's what I stated earlier in my testimony as well.
Okay. So in that same memo, it's noted that the grinder was removed on the property in December 2020 or 2006 because of a code compliant violation. Is that correct?
It just says apparently they removed the chipper. I'm not sure if that was why.
Okay. In the same memo, Susan Farnsworth confirms that the roads are not county roads, but they're easements. Is that correct?
That's what that says she stated, yes.
Okay. Does the county believe that these are roads, or do they believe that they're easements?
They are right of ways. I don't have any indication otherwise.
Is that similar to what we see in Inverness Villages 4?
No idea. I don't know. I'm a planner.
Okay. So Inverness Villages 4, are those roads or are those easements or right of ways?
I don't know. I'm here for this application.
That works. Okay, so moving on to the 2007 letter for August. All right, in 2007, Walt Eastman approved plans to pave McClure Street to the mine site. Is that correct?
This is a letter from an engineer saying that they're going to apply to do that. Nope, that doesn't say that. It says that they may apply for modification of the condition of pavement. So maybe we don't have the same one. This is a 2007 memo from an outside engineer.
Our submitted plans were approved June 18th, were approved by your office June 25th, with a condition to obtain swift mud approval.
So that was reducing the width of the shoulder and steepening the back slope of the roadside swale. I don't know if that's really addressing the pavement.
Okay. Did the then Dirt Boys owner, did they ask the county in this letter to remove the condition to pave the roadway due to issues with acquiring the swift mud permits?
What they said is that they would like to, they wanted written concurrence that it's an insurmountable obstacle and they don't have to do it.
Okay, so that's them asking the county to waive that requirement.
Right.
Okay. Is it correct then in the next page, the August 29th, 2007 letter, the county reiterated the requirement to pave the roads?
Yeah, the engineering director did not support saying it's an insurmountable obstacle or difficulty, excuse me.
So that would then require them for that conditional use to continue to pave the road.
It was still a condition.
Perfect. We're going to move on to a continuous use application 0803. Is it correct that this second application for conditional use for a vegetative grinder was denied on June 19th, 2008, due in part to the condition of the roads?
Let's see, I can tell that they denied it. They said it was inconsistent. I know you highlighted the road maintenance, but it looks like they had some other issues as well, but it was denied.
Okay. And part of the reason for that is they mentioned road issues as being an issue that they haven't addressed.
That's mentioned among other things, yes.
Okay. So historically speaking, the county's held that this road, McClure, has to be paved in order for any development applications to move forward.
For that grinder application, that was
And
not,
for the vegetative debris application for the other mine site.
which is similar, yes, excuse me. Vegetative
Correct.
debris and grinder to me are the same.
Okay, so two different sites, the county's held that they have to do the paving for this road.
In 2006 and 2000, yeah.
Correct. Okay, is it common for technical services to evaluate easements for suitability of roads?
I don't know.
So we don't know how often technical services looks at private easements
No
and
idea.
determines as whether those are suitable for driving.
No.
Okay, is there a process in which technical services would determine that?
I don't know, no.
Okay, so if the technical services uses whatever method they decide to use to determine the roadways, there's no criteria for that.
I don't know, you're asking a planner, I really can't speak to those issues.
Okay. In your testimony for the staff report, it's indicated this is a new mine site and would create a new extractive district. Is that correct?
It's new in part of it, and then part of it may have a history, but we could not prove the continuous operation.
Okay, but it is a new mine and it would be a new extractive district on some of those parcels.
Some of the parcels, yes.
Okay. But being that there's no active mining permits, it would be a new mine. Is that correct?
We could not prove that, so.
Okay. The Land Development Code states that new extractive districts shall be specifically limited to collector and arterial roadways. Is that correct?
There's more to the, as I stated, but yes, that's in there with some caveats, yes.
Okay. And we've established earlier that the county's held to those standards of paving and whatnot, correct?
I think you established it for those 2006 vegetative debris and grinder issues, yes.
Okay. Your staff report mentions the adjacent residential developer is in talks with the county to access Homosassa Trail, and part of that may be for trucks for his mining activity. Is that correct?
Yes, that was the hope. Yes.
Okay. So is it then premature to determine this application when we don't know the plans for the connection to Homosassa Trail and the impact that it will have on this project?
Unfortunately, I don't think that developer is going to continue with the intersection. They're more focusing on a right-of-way donation along Homosassa Trail itself.
Okay. According to the pavement management portal, Homosassa Trail is rated as a poor road in front of this project and has very poor sections all the way up and down Homosassa Trail. Has staff evaluated how increased truck traffic will affect this road and other further deterioration?
No, that's not part of the review of this type of application.
Okay. The county owns property on Hoskins Avenue, or Hoskins, is it Lane? Yep, Hoskins Lane, which is the sites for the potential sports complex. Is that correct?
No idea. Do not know that.
Okay. So would the county take a position then of the road deterioration and things on Hoskins? Because they would be responsible as a private owner of the property to maintain part of that. So is the county?
That's not part of this. No, I literally am focused on the land use application here.
Perfect. So Land Development Code for setbacks requires 500-foot setbacks. We've established that, correct?
Yes, for mining extractive, yes.
Okay. And it allows for a reduction if the property owners, the residential property owners agree to that. Is that correct?
Correct.
But that reduction is not required. The BOCC can keep the 500-foot setback in place, correct?
Absolutely.
Okay. The included documents include 2 letters from the surrounding property owners. We heard today that there's a third one for 150-foot setback reduction, or to reduce it to 150 foot. There was mention of the 4th owner, I guess the Dirt Boys project. Do they have a letter for that property? We've heard them say no. That's correct?
Right, that's what you said to earlier, yes.
So therefore, they would have to have the berm and all of that in place in the 500-foot setback. Is that correct?
Unless the board chooses differently, yes.
Okay. The Henley access. So we've heard the applicant talk about Henley. Henley is not part of this application. Is that correct?
I'm not aware of Mr. Henley, no.
Okay, so the parcel to the north that we talked about, that we showed on the map, those 2 parcels that were north of this?
The 2 parcels that they recently acquired, those?
Yes.
Yeah, so that's not part of this application.
Okay, so they cannot use that access to access this mine site, is that correct?
Yeah, those are not, we don't have any record of mining there approved.
Okay, but the access, you heard the applicant state that they access this current mine site from that Henley property, that they turn in there, go around the backside of Henley, enter the pit from that parcel. With this project, and if it's approved, they have to put a fence around this entire project. Is that correct?
Fencing is required on the lot, but that's outside the scope of what they're asking for tonight.
Correct. So they wouldn't be able to access this site from the Henley properties because it would be fenced in.
Right. They'd have to amend an application to include those lots.
Correct. And that's not part of this application tonight.
Correct.
So the entrance on the site plan for this application is entering at McClure Streets at the northern portion of the lot 32 and 31.
McClure, yes.
Yes. Okay. That's all we got.
Yay.
Ms. Katu, is the Henley property that you guys keep talking about, is that 18 and 33?
Yes, and unfortunately, while we were talking, I timed out, so I don't have Reese's login here to log back in on the PowerPoint. High-tech stuff here. 18 and 33 are the ones with the code. There he is. Thank you. I was so caught up, I missed it. Also, one thing I should have pointed out, and I didn't, I neglected a couple things in my presentation that he's reminded me of, Mr. Bryant. There are several staff reports in their packet. The reason there's several staff reports is because we got a lot of late stuff. So the very last staff report in your application is the one with the highlights and everything. That's the late stuff revision, you know, that we received that. And then he also talked about that third letter. The reason it's not in your packet was because it was submitted after the quasi-judicial date, so we cannot provide that to you in writing. So he says he has that. He did send it to me, but I could not provide that to you. Hope that makes it a little clearer.
A couple questions. The what we're calling the Henley property, which is off of South McClure Point, are you saying that those properties have not been mined before and they are zoned mobile home?
Let me get to it.
I'm just trying to make sure I'm looking at the correct property.
Right, so these have an extractive zoning, but we couldn't find a history again of mining on those particular sites. They may have been mined before. Didn't do a lot of research on that, but when code went out there was evidence of new mining that we were not aware of in permitting. So we do have an active code case there.
I actually can see it on Google Maps.
Okay. And on the aerial, you can see there's some historical evidence. There looks like even a mining pond there or two. Like I said, there may be historical mines there, but we couldn't find recent. And what's happening there now, we certainly couldn't. But that's not part of this application. If they want to have a mining permit there, they'd have to come back through this process.
One second. Yeah, in the Google Maps, it actually shows a lot of trucks and things out there on those properties. Commissioner Bass?
Did I hear you correctly? You said that this is not part of the application, but you saw evidence of mining without a mining permit?
Well, no, what I'm talking about is on the aerial, you can see some ponds there on 18 and 33. It looks like there's some ponds there. This is not an area where you'd expect a lake. I expect those are probably some kind of historical use.
Okay.
But I don't have any evidence that that's been permitted recently.
Okay, thank you.
Commissioner Kennard?
Joanna, when the question came up about any new extractive project would need to be connected to a collector road. And you said, yes, it's in the code, but there are additional caveats. Can you share those with us?
Yeah, the reason I'm saying that is because that is in the land development code, but it's not a absolute has to always. The commission has the ability to change that. Not all mines do connect to it. The mining activity that's out here does not connect to it already, the historical ones. So that would be up to you.
And the large mining activity with landfill south of this property, is that operated by Dirt Boys? Do we know?
No, that's actually it's a landfill, what was their name?
And so the Dirt Boys who are competing for the same project now won't talk to them. Do they just own the 1 5-acre piece in that southeast corner, or do they own east of there towards the parkway?
When you're out there and there's signs pointing to Dirt Boys, so I think the mining activity on the top right, there's a top one and then one to the right of it, right above a blue star. I think that's also Dirt Boys property out there.
Okay, so there's mining to the north, to the northeast,
and to the south.
and to the south.
Correct, and that's
Okay.
all historical.
Any other questions for Ms. Katu? Okay. Are you finished, Ms. Katu?
Yes, I am. There are conditions in your packet of approval if you choose to do so from the special master.
Ms. Horak? Can you put the mic down? There you
Sorry.
go.
I just have something I'm going to read before the PowerPoint. Just that I'm applying to be the intervener against Lecanto Sand due to the safety and environmental concerns. The constant traffic places strains on our roads that are not designed for heavy truck traffic. When the pit was illegally operating, it was bumper-to-bumper traffic with a constant thick cloud of dust. Even though they've been told to stop mining, they have continued, but at a slower pace. Let's say 25% of traffic as it was before. They're still causing damage to the road, constant dust in the area, and accumulation of sand that falls out of the back of their trucks. The other concern I have is for our surrounding environment. My concern is not only for the land and the animals, but that in my opinion that land can never be redeemed, but also for the aquifer. Lecanto Sand has proven to be a bad neighbor. It has shown disregard not only for the laws and regulations in place by SwiftMud, but also for orders given by our county officials. How can we trust he won't carelessly make the same mistake that has a huge consequence on our water supply? The only other thing I want to say before we get going on the PowerPoint presentation is that I believe it's a very inaccurate statement to say that it is a heavy trafficked area. If you remove his trucks, there is essentially no traffic on our road. Even with the gun range, it's very minimal traffic. There's not, I get so nervous, I'm sorry.
Okay.
There are not active mining sites. There's not truck traffic going. It doesn't occur unless he's mining. So that is all very inaccurate information. I'm gonna have Curtis take over for the PowerPoint that we've prepared.
Is this a clicker for it? There we go, perfect. Okay, so a little bit of the overview of what we're going to kind of address with this presentation. Number one, we're going to talk about them operating a mine without a permit. We're going to talk about compatibility issues with residentially zoned properties around it, traffic circulation issues with the mine site, setback requirements, the buffers and screening, mining master plan that they've submitted, a comp plan, chapter 10 policy discussion, and some financial responsibility issues there. So number one, we're going to talk about the mining without a permit. So here is your Land Development Code, Chapter 4, page 4-25, for anyone that wants to follow along. It talks about applications and being required to submit an application for mining before mining shall happen. It says, no person shall operate a mine or conduct mining activities within the unincorporated area of Citrus County without first obtaining a mining permit unless vested rights or valid nonconforming use has been recognized. We're going to talk about some of those things here in a second. Prohibited activities. It shall be illegal for any person to do a mine without a mining permit. From their application, so this is taken from the application that the applicant submitted. Under the traffic circulation, this is where they answer questions regarding the Land Development Code. This is their answer in bold. They're talking that is an existing mine. There's been no documentation that there's been an existing mine. No valid use has been filed, no applications on staff, you heard that earlier. No valid nonconforming use is in place. So this is not an existing mine, it is a new mine operation. Again, we talked a little bit about vested rights. We're not gonna go too much into that. Failure to register, if they don't register for it, they have to lose that application for that there. Valid nonconforming use, we talked a little bit about that, so we're not going to go too much details there. Discontinuance, this is saying that if they fail to operate the mine for 365 days, they lose the valid nonconforming use approvals. And they have to therefore live up to the current Land Development Code standards. So these are the procedures that the Land Development Code uses that allow staff to confirm valid nonconforming use. It says that they have to go through the application. It consists of a statement. They have to get notarized. They have to state that there's a valid nonconforming use, the dates that it's been in existence. This statement shall be submitted along with legal description of the property where the use is located and sufficient evidence to support the claim. Again, we've seen no evidence for them to support the claim that it's a valid nonconforming use. Some of those evidences, as Ms. Coutu mentioned earlier, local business tax receipts, business records, affidavits from neighboring properties, proof of ownership, those types of things. So when the Land Development Code, so in order for them to do valid nonconforming use, there's a process that takes place after that application. The Land Development Director then, once he's satisfied, he has to notify each person by mail that they have 14 days to dispute the valid nonconforming use. There's been no evidence that that letter has gone out. This is saying that they have to issue a letter of certification for the valid non-conforming use to the applicant. That certified letter has to be sent. All of that should be sent to the Department of Planning. Again, there's no letters sent to any of these people. This one here, after the Land Development Code, the Director of Land Development Division has rendered a decision in writing, the affected person shall have 100 days to file any appeal as provided by the Land Development Code. Again, there's no application. This has never happened, so there's no appeal opportunities for people in the surrounding areas for that. So due to that, there's no existing mining application or mining permits on this property or surrounding properties. Mining has not been active in this area for years. We saw the last use of mining was 2008, 2009, somewhere in that time frame. So it's been 15 years or so. There's no valid vested rights or non-conforming use applications or approval on this property. So therefore, this is an application for a new mine, not expanding an existing mine. That's very important because that triggers the current Land Development Code standards for the new mines. From the county staff report, the highlighted portion there, the applicant has proposed to establish a new borrow pits. So the county even admits that this is a new borrow pits, not a current mining site for that. A new mine means an application for mining permits. Again, there's been no application for a mining permit. Granted, now they do have a mining permit application in place as part of this project going forward. In order to get a mining permit, they have to, according to Land Development Code, they have to acquire the regional, state, and federal permits that have been obtained. There's no current Swift Mud permits for this property. They're currently pending. They've already excavated portions of this. We talked about that earlier. That's the current code complaints. And they've done that without the ERP permits. And there was a letter sent by Swift Mud that they were in violation for mining those parcels. Again, Swift Mud, I talked to Swift Mud this week. Swift Mud was out there Friday, again, documenting construction there, and they haven't determined yet what they're going to do with that new sites there. This is a screenshot from the Swift Mud website showing over here on the left side the status is incomplete. That means that they do not have a current Swift Mud ERP, so therefore they're not able to mine here in Citrus County. This is an aerial site. You guys were looking for aerial stuff, so I went back to found some satellite imagery. This is from May 9th, 2024, roughly 13 months before the current owner purchased the property. As you can see, there's no mining going on in these parcels. So if we look at, is it this button here, the top one? So if we look at this portion here, this is what the application is. So it's this part here and then south. Obviously, there's no trucks, there's no pits being dug, none of that. So this is, again, 13 months before he made his purchase. This is 2 days after his purchase. The red circled area over there is this mine site. Again, it's undisturbed, no trucks, no mining. So for a year, there's been no mining on that project. And again, he hasn't proven that there's been a mine active on that site. This is drone footage from March 12, 2026. Obviously, it's a mine. So they went in there, they started digging. The water there, I don't know if that's the aquifer, or I don't know if that's runoff water. That was there, it's still there today. So I don't know the issues with that. But again, this is showing that they were mining this location without permits. Code compliance went out there, so these are the pictures from code compliance. This is the entrance of the sites, fill dirt for sale. There's a website, they're selling fill dirt. They list Lecanto sand, or this Lecanto parcel as a place to get it. It's still active on the website. So you can go on there today and set up an order to go purchase sand. This is code compliance pictures from inside the pit. This is important here. So part of the compliance things in the Land Development Code has a compliance for mining permits. The highlighted portion here is important. It says failure to comply with these regulations or any orders, stipulations, or requirements of the mining permit shall constitute grounds for suspension or revocation of the mining permit by the department. The county has the ability to revoke mining privileges for the site for people who do not follow the Land Development Code. We've seen here that he's mined the site. He's admitted he's mined the site. He's still mining the site today. I was out there this morning. He said there's no vegetative debris. I saw a vegetative debris truck go in there, a red truck with a white cab. I have a picture of it. I can't show you guys on right now. But they went in there, went to his site, came back empty. You'll see a slide here in a second with another picture of a truck. So he's still taking that today. This site has been mined by the owner since approximately August 2025 without valid mining permits. Therefore, the site has not been in compliance with the Land Development Code, and the mining application should be denied and any future mining considerations revoked because he has been constantly violating the Land Development Code. We're going to talk about compatibility with the surrounding area. Sustained development standards, so chapter 4, page 4-36, new mining districts and expanding mining districts shall be located, designed, and operated with to be compatible with surrounding private and publicly owned lands. We've established that there has been mining out there, but the county, as I showed you guys from 1994, they declined the expansion of those mining sites because it was residential properties. They declined some of the uses of those mining operations to expand because of the residential uses back there. So they kept it to those current portions that are there. This is the staff chart. It shows you the compatibility around it. So all around this mine site is low-density residential. That is the lowest intensity use in Citrus County. And now we want to expand mine sites to abut that. Currently, you've heard that there's the, wrong slide. This is all going to be that residential portion. Those are going to be houses, and so now we're going to be having issues again with houses going into next to extractive districts and high intense uses for those. This is that application, the Garden Streets Communities LLC. They want 390 houses on Homosassa Trail. That's that purple shaded portion there for you guys. And then obviously the blue stars, those are all residential properties back there as well. And then the staff missed that one right there, 56, which is the mobile home that's down there. So traffic circulation and roadway issues. This is what I talked about earlier, Land Development Code, Chapter 4, page 4-43. Condition number 10, or I guess code number 10, talks about traffic circulation, and these should apply to a new mine. So we've established this is an existing mine, this is a new mining thing, so these would have to be used and also for expanded mines. D there, all access roadways must be paved to the boundary of the subject property. Access for new extractive districts shall be specifically limited to collector or auxiliary roadways. And it goes on to say that they have to be done to the Land Development Code standards, 300-foot depth inside the pits, and those types of things. This is important because we've seen historically the county is held to this standard. They required McClure to be paved for every single project that came forward. All those conditional uses and things like that required McClure to be paved. So we're looking for McClure to be paved as well for this if it's approved. Finding of facts from the staff report. This site would again create a new sand mine. So again, we're establishing a new sand mine, which would then trigger the current Land Development Code standards. This one here, Chapter 7, page 7-20. This talks about principal, arterial. It gives you definitions of different roadways. Here, Homosassa Trail is a major collector, which would mean that the mine has to be connected to that major collector per the Land Development Code. That's the pink line there. Hoskins Road is a private road. We talked about that earlier. These are easements. They're not actually roads. So you guys are familiar with Inverness Villages 4. Those are easements or right-of-ways. That is what Hoskins is. That is what McClure Street is. McClure is there as well. Those are not county-maintained roads. The county does not regularly go out and assess these roads for suitability for truck traffic in particular. Hoskins is the main paved road off of Homosassa Trail. This is where everyone enters and exits that lives back there in those properties. There's currently 38 parcels that are back there. 19 different owners own those 38 parcels. They all require access from Hoskins to be able to access their property, including the county. The county has that property out there I mentioned before. Those are alt keys, those alt key numbers there for you. The one big parcel does have access to Homosassa Trail on the front. Hoskins isn't deteriorating condition. I'll show you a picture here in a second of what that looks like currently. Excessive traffic from the mining operations will further deteriorate this road. All of the landowners back there, since they are private easements, all of them are responsible for maintaining these roads. Is it fair to all the residents for heavy truck traffic to be accessing these roads, destroying the roads, and then they have to pay for them? Citrus County would then have to pay for that as well because they are part of a landowner back there. Approval adversely affects all property owners unless mining operations are required to repair and maintain roadways. The pink parcels are the county-owned parcels. Those are, from what I've heard you guys talk about before, you guys are talking about sports parks, things like that. That is that parcel that you guys were talking about for the sports park. Something to consider as well, if this gets approved, all the mining traffic will enter and exit onto Homosassa Trail. Where is the entrance and exit for this sports park? Homosassa Trail. So now you're gonna have all this truck traffic and heavy truck traffic and dump trucks and things like that entering and exiting Homosassa Trail, and also all the traffic from the proposed sports park and all of that will be entering the same spot. So you can imagine the issues with traffic and whatnot on that road. Current picture of Hoskins Lane, this was taken last week. This is the side of the roadway. This is the center of the roadway. You can see a lot of the dust, a lot of the dirt and things like that that are there. Obviously, the side of the roads are getting destroyed, and that's from all the heavy trucks going up and down the roads every day. This is cracks in the roads facing towards Homosassa Trail. So it's showing that Hoskins Lane is in deteriorating condition. This is McClure Street. Looks familiar? Dirt road. We heard the staff say it is a limestone. It's not limestone. That is soft dirt. I almost got stuck out there going out there, and people told me they can't drive that road when it's raining. This is right after a rainstorm, so you can see all the water that's on the road. This is what it looks like down the center line. Cars are parked. This is the access to his other parcel to the north. They can't access that property because it's flooded. So they have to park in the middle of the street for that. This is what it looks like when truck traffic comes down. So obviously there's safety issues, safety concerns with citizens that are accessing this road, competing with truck traffic as they come down the road. Lane development code noncompliance. Hoskins and McClure are privately maintained roads. They're not collector, they're not arterial roadways, which is required by the lane development codes, as I mentioned. And then McClure is not paved up to the boundary, which is also required, as we mentioned before. So this does not satisfy the lane development code and gives you a reason to deny the application. Setback requirements. Talked a little bit about that. These are the definition of setbacks, buffers, berms, fences, things like that. This is chapter 4 of the lane development code. Here's your 500-foot setback for residentially committed properties. Again, staff admitted that even though there's letters on file, you guys can hold to the 500-foot setbacks for that. A big issue in this county is you guys upzoning and giving uses for different things and not listening to the lane development code. Your lane development code says 500 feet. So we ask that you guys hold to the 500 feet. This pink line around the boundary property on the west and the east side, this would be the residentially located properties. So this would be the 500-foot setbacks up and down those properties. So these are the 500-foot setbacks, those individual parcels there that we talked about with the residentials. So the proposed setback of 150 foot does not meet the lane development code standards. We acknowledge that there's now 3 letters. One came in late for those the northwest, east, and the west boundary, but they're still missing a letter for that southeast boundary. We're gonna talk about buffers and screening. Mining activities within 1,000 feet of county or state maintained public road, residential structures, permanent buildings, whatnot, shall be screened from view. Land development code talks about an 8-foot berm in height. We heard staff talk about that. That meets these standards. He proposed 12 foot. You heard him say that he would do 12 foot in front of that one residential property there. Land development code goes on to talk about what is required for a proper berm. It's a 4-to-1 ratio. Every 1 foot up, it goes 4 feet out. So that's what a land development code berm would be required. To give you a visual, this is what an 8-foot berm looks like with a 4-to-1 slope. At the base of the width would be 68 feet. So in order to be 8 feet tall, it has to be 68 feet wide at the base, and then go up at that graduate thing. 12-foot berm. The base has to be 100 feet wide for a 12-foot height berm built to the land development code standards. This is the current berm that's in place. This is neither 68 feet wide nor is it 8 feet tall, and it's not built to land development code standards. The slope of this is a lot steeper. The reason for a 4-to-1 slope is because of drainage. When water comes down, it doesn't wash out these berms, it doesn't wash out the hillside. This is the aerial view. McClure Street is here to the right. So where the cars are parked here, that's McClure, and then it goes up around the corner. So this is the center of the mine site. You can see the berms. You can see the washed out portion right here. I'll have a better picture of it here in a second. This is all washed out because, again, it's not built to land development code standards. They just piled 8 feet tall of dirt. This is a view of that portion. So again, land development code standards require a 68-foot wide base because it allows the slope to be at a level to where the water can run off without destroying the slope of the berm. Currently, this is an aerial view. Currently, the berm is about 27.6 feet wide. This is what it looks like if it's 68.1 feet. So again, he's not built to a current berm standard for the land development code. He agreed to do that as part of this application, so this would then have to be a 68-foot wide berm for the 8-foot and then a 100-foot wide berm for the other portions. This is talking about vegetation. Native vegetation no less than 100 feet in depth may substitute for a buffer. This is type D buffer. This requires trees and things like that for those buffers. This kind of gives you a little bit of what the buffer should look like. You can see here, there's not all those trees. We've got this whole section here does not qualify as a type D buffer. So you would have to get that to type B buffer or do that, the berm there. This picture again, there's no trees along this northern portion here, so we'd have to meet the land development code standards for that. The berm in place does not meet the land development code standards. The vegetative buffer does not meet the land development code standards. So this site is not in compliance with land development code. Talk about the site master plan. Site master plan is required for these types of applications. They have to submit what the site's gonna look like, where the buffers are gonna be, all of that. This is the site plan that he put in for the application. Notice it's around this particular portion. So we're only talking about what's in the green there. This is that Henley property we talked about. You heard the applicant admit that he's using Henley property to access his site. You'll see a slide here in a second, but currently there's a road that goes in here. I don't know where my pointer is, in here and down this western boundary, and that's how he enters his site. So he enters it from this direction here. You heard staff say that he can't do that anymore with this application if it's approved. It's going to have to be fenced in. He can't access that. So he has to access it from this northern point on McClure, which again is going to be required to be paved all the way to that point there. This is that access roadway in the back. You can see that in this top part of this picture. There. That's where they're currently accessing everything. I want you to make mention of this. We heard the applicant say that they're not running trucks, not running vegetative debris. This right here is a truck that dumped vegetative debris. I sat there and watched it. That is a vegetative debris pile there. This picture was taken last week. So currently, and again, I told you today that he ran a truck out there with vegetative debris. They are currently storing vegetative debris and continuing to violate the land development code with that. Further, that's an excavator there. It's filled with dirt. I did see a truck go in there get loaded with dirt as well. So he's continuing to mine the operations there. The site plan does not show the road access for the property formerly known as Henley, so therefore he can't use that property to access his mine site. Comprehensive plan, we're going to spend a little bit of time on this because this is important. Chapter 10, policy 17.13.4. This is important because it talks about resource extraction and how it affects the environment and things like that. Resource extraction, which will result in the adverse effect on environmentally sensitive areas which cannot be restored, shall be prohibited. So you guys are able to deny that based on that. It goes on to say, define what environmentally sensitive areas are. I highlighted here the habitat of threatened and endangered species. The applicant submitted a bioassessment report. They cited 62 gopher tortoise burrows on sites. That is a significant number of gopher tortoises. That is in a danger group. As you know, the Chronicle came out and said that they're critically endangered and getting worse, and the habitat's being further lost and things like that here recently. So on these areas, it's important to note that the comprehensive plan says restoration is defined as restoring the sites to put back the same thing that had previously existed, restore the type of nature, function, ecosystem, condition of existence prior to mining. This is from his assessment report. His biologist or whoever did this report said that this habitat is called sandhill habitat, is how he would define it. Sandhill habitats, based on the FWC land cover classification, is upland deep sand substrates, panhandle, you kind of see what it says there, but open canopy of longleaf pine, turkey oak, wiregrass. That is what is currently there. You see a bunch of trees, things like that. This is what that looks like. This is from his applicant as well, obviously a bunch of trees. These are all the gopher tortoises, all those red dots. Those are all gopher tortoise burrows. The pine tree looking things there, those are snag trees. Those are dead trees that have petrified, that animals use them, cranes, things like that, use those trees and all of that. From his application, this is a reclamation plan. You heard him admit to that when I asked him that question. He's going to change it to improved pasture. Improved pasture is defined under the same land classification. Is composed of land which has been cleared, tilled, reseeded with specific grass types, periodically improved with brush control, fertilizer, blah, blah, blah. The left side picture is what's currently there. The right side picture is what I created. That's what it's going to look like. Notice there's no trees. The grass was not there previously on the left side, and now it's going to be the right side. Your comprehensive plan requires them to put back what was taken out. This is not putting back what was taken out. So it's completely different classification, completely different land classification. Going from sandhill habitats to improved pasture is not restoring the site to the original condition. Therefore, this does not comply with the comp plan policy 1713.4. Financial responsibility. This is a requirement of the permits. We heard staff talk about that. Part of this has to do, he has to submit this within 60 days. There's things on here. This is what I wanted to mention here. The insurance, liability insurance, and all of that has to be submitted as part of the financial responsibility. Here's the insurance requirements, $2 million, liability insurance, those types of things. You guys are familiar with that type of stuff. His letter does not include liability insurance. It just says that I'm financially responsible for this property. Does not include the requirements of the Land Development Code. It's missing the insurance requirement. So I'm providing you guys here with competent and substantial evidence for denial. That is what these cases are built on. It's not based on opinion. It's not based on that. It's based on the evidence that's provided. The applicants failed to meet several of the Chapter 4 requirements. Number one, traffic circulation. McClure Street's not been paved. You've heard staff say historically McClure Street was required to be paved. I presented that evidence for you guys. So that's not been met. Setbacks. He doesn't meet the proposed or the required setbacks, despite him having a couple of those letters on file. The berms, they're not built to Land Development Code standards. They're just piles of dirt. So those are not built there. There's no type D buffers. The master site plan, he's proposing access from Henley. That's not part of the site plan. So he's not doing what he said he's going to do on the application. Tree preservation. We saw all the trees disappeared. What's the tree preservation plan? Are we putting trees back? Are we planting them elsewhere? What are we doing with that? He's already mined it without a permit. He does not meet the financial responsibility requirements. So, and again, he's failed to meet the comprehensive plan 17.13.4. Other considerations, Hoskins is in deteriorating condition. It's going to further worsen with continued truck traffic. And again, McClure is a dirt road, which is difficult to navigate with truck traffic, especially with the rains. If you guys decide to approve this project, these are conditions that has been asked to bring to you guys as conditional use for this project. Require Hoskins to be maintained and repaired all the way to McClure. We've seen that Hoskins is deteriorating. A lot of people rely on Hoskins. The truck traffic, makes it unfair to the residents back there to maintain Hoskins. Require McClure Street to be paved to county standards to the mine site. That's always been a Land Development Code requirement. That's always been a staff position historically for this particular parcel. So we ask that you continue that condition if you guys were to approve this site. Require the 500 setbacks for the boundaries. Keep that in place. We talk about Land Development Code all the time. This is a Land Development Code issue. So keep those in place. Require the site to be returned to the original state. So include planting of trees, require trees to be replaced. Every tree that comes down, that's part of the reclamation plan. Put a tree back in place for those types of things. Require all the berms to be built to Land Development Code standards and include those 12-foot berms along the residential portions for that. Require a new site plan to show any changes and then confirm that there's no connection to the Henley property because that's not part of this application. And that's all I got for you guys.
Ms. Katu, do you have any questions or for the applicant?
No, thank you. The intervener.
Intervener. Applicant, do you have any questions for the intervener? Okay. Okay, board.
Does the intervener have any other witnesses?
Do you have any other witnesses? Questions from the board? Okay, thank you. Okay, at this time, I will open it up to the public. You will have 3 minutes at the podium. If you have a letter on file with the clerk's office representing an organization, you'll have 5 minutes. Please say that when you get to the microphone. I will look at the clerk. Her word is final if she has the applicant or not, and then we will give you 5 minutes. Please keep all your comments respectful, and please direct all comments to me, the chair. And do you want the public to swear in when they come in to testify?
No, ma'am, the public doesn't have to be sworn in.
Okay, anyone would like to speak? welcome.
Thank you. PJ Offhammer, Citrus County. I'm almost without words. I'm just stunned at what's going on here. This is the stellar example of non-compatible. I cannot believe that somebody would not do the due diligence, either through foolishness or thinking that we are such a terrible county that we're going to let them get away with all of this. I look at those pictures, I look at mine, it looks to me like it's pretty much already dug out. How much more are we going to, further are we going to go? You know, that it's no longer an actual mine, hasn't been for probably 20 years. And 20 years ago, our environmental requirements were so much less. So, you know, you look at some of that clear blue water in there and you know, where are they in the aquifer? You know, what happened to all of those gopher tortoises? What happened to all of those plants and that? They actually got a stellar environmental, they probably are very sorry they did that, but that environmental, the biologists that walked that or did whatever, they did a really fine job. And that's what we need to be preserving in this county. It's beyond me how you could consider approving this. I mean, I swear I heard this man say, I heard him say to Mr. Waugh, the special master, that it was going to be returned to pasture, but did he not say tonight that it was actually going to be a commercial debris landfill? So is he going to fill it up with construction trash on top of the aquifer and then put grass on top of it? Is that acceptable in this county anymore? I don't think it is. I have so many questions. I just, like I said, I am so stunned. I don't even have words. I can't even be mad at this because it's just an asinine proposition. And I hope that you all were listening and realize how bad this is for the county. For God's sake, you know, you're going to have a development come up soon that wants to be next to it. I mean, come on, how many people came to you and talked to you about the concrete batch plant today? Can you imagine other people coming in and wanting to have this mine next door? It's not going to happen. Those people are going to be angry. You know, it's going to impact if we're going to have parks for our families and their children. I mean, the impact is just horrific. So I urge you all to please do the right thing, stand by our code, quit ruining Citrus County. This is your one chance to say, oh, hell no. Thank you very much.
Thank you for your comments. Next speaker.
Yes, ma'am. Hello, my name's Thomas Nunziato. I've been living back off South Coffin Point for over 35 years. I live in this neighborhood. I ride a motorcycle. There's no way I can leave my house with the roads like they're in the condition they're in. They replace the road when it's bad with clay. Clay gets wet. My wife has a little SUV. You don't want to go through there after them trucks been through it. The trucks run the stop signs that they put up at the end of the road. I just got run off the road the other morning. Saturday, I got run off the road by 3 of them. Empty trucks coming into the mine. I don't know what they were picking up. I saw tractor trailers coming in with debris loaded, leaving empty. And once they get past that point, that's the only place for them to dump. John up front at Dirt Boys, I can see why he's not getting in touch with him, because that place has been closed down, the 25 acres, for at least 3 years. That gate's been locked. Vegetation grew crazy all over the berms. I drive by it every day, sometimes 3-4 times. That place hasn't been worked, hasn't been moved. John moved his operation up front. That 25 acres went. And I don't know how you want to work that, but I can tell you, I live back there. I know what's going on. We went around the block with John and his brother with dirt boys throughout the years. But, you know, and I can't count how many loads of rock I brought in. I run heavy equipment and drive. And I put so many loads of rock on that road that we live on. And I grade it to keep it graded because the county don't come back there. Now, South Coffin Point is a lot better to drive on than McClure. But McClure is a little quicker to get to the house for me. And I was so used to using that road for 35 years. Now when I turn on that road, I slam on the brakes and turn around because my truck, it's just, you get full of clay. You start sliding sideways. You can't drive after a truck has been through that clay. It's, your truck bottoms out. It's just nasty. And if the people that were doing this would fix the roads after every day, they don't fix them every day. You know, so they have left them where they're tore up pretty bad, and then the residents have to drive on them.
Thank you for your comments.
But, oh, and also the mailboxes have been hit from the road being too narrow right there.
Thank you. Next speaker, please. Anyone else from the public? Oh.
Stephen Schwartz, Beverly Hills. Commissioners, Chris reminds me of my younger self, going in and doing and digging in to see the codes and what will work and what won't work. I'm thankful for all of you for listening to what he had to say, and I hope you don't take it with a grain of salt. What I see here today is you need to look at, do the negatives outweigh the positives or vice versa when you make your vote? Your actions will either keep our trees and protect our aquifer, or it will further erode the nature coast. What I heard today is someone who likes to violate the law, being the sand mine, going in there and not doing his due diligence. I know if I'm a homeowner, I will get an inspector to come and inspect that home for all violations or what needs to be done before I purchase it. Well, he didn't do his due diligence, did he? Because he started mining without a permit, which is a violation of the law, and I hope he gets slapped with more than just a fine for his violation, because it's violating the rights of everyone that lives in that area. If it is allowed, and I hope it's not, have you taken into the consideration of the wind and the dust that's going to destroy Aniston's nursery, which is just up the road and not too far away? What will it do to the plants? I know I have to dust my plants off on a regular basis just from dust and take a white sponge. You will be affecting not just homeowners, but business owners that have been in this county forever. So I hope that you do deny this project. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Next speaker.
Excuse me. My name is Dixie Hollins with the Hollinswood Ranch. I'm the president of the Citrus County Mining Association. Madam Chairman, members of the commission, administration, legal, and staff. I'm here today representing the Citrus County Mining Association.
Mr. Hollins, I'm sorry to interrupt you. Is he getting 5 minutes for the association or 3 minutes?
Yes, ma'am. I'll take 10 if you want to give it to me.
He does have a
I
letter
can
on
sing
file.
Louie Louie, whatever.
Justice time, please.
Sorry to interrupt.
So it's okay. Go ahead.
Yes, sir.
We represent Crystal River Quarries, which includes Lecanto Mines, and the Red Level has been in business since the 1950s, and they have 3 quarries. They produce aggregate for production of concrete that is on site, road base for state, county, and federal roads, dolomitic and ag lime, which is important to products for agricultural producers here in Citrus County and the state of Florida. We also represent Wholesome, which is now Amrise, which has been in operation since 1984, which is located north of Crystal River, south across for the Barge Canal. Their production is soft lime rock, which is transported across the Gulf of America and is in the main ingredient for cement production to make concrete, which is used for all our homes, sidewalks, and masonry block. Boulders, which are used in riprap to protect many of our shorelines, etc. The third member is CEMEX, which is located north of the Crossford Barge Canal, west of US 19 on Holliswood Ranch. This mining operation has been up there since 1972. We produce aggregate stone and screenings, which is used for production of concrete blocks, which builds homes, buildings, structures, and sidewalks. Road base also, which supplies the county, state, and federal, including Suncoast Parkway. Dolomitic, used for agricultural products. Boulders, 200,000 tons, which were used offset mitigation for the Gulf of America pipeline. Limestone extraction is completely different from sand extraction. In your packet are some pictures, and I want to take a few minutes and let you all understand these pictures. One of these pictures is a drag line on CEMEX's leasehold. Quite large, quite massive. Another picture is another picture of the drag line, a little closer. Another picture is the dolomitic rock that has been dug up by the drag line. We also use blasting techniques, and we also have vibrations, which we're under compliance with state and federal laws. The last picture on here is important. This is a sand mine loaded by an excavator. In some processors might be 2 excavators and more dump trucks. They don't have that heavy equipment. Most of these mining operations I mentioned before are 25 up to 50 years in their proper locations, have been there for a long time. Sand mines are usually 2 to 3, maybe 4 years, depending on how much material they have, and also what roadway is going in. The Citrus County Mining Association was involved, and I'm proud to say, in the formation of the very important Citrus County Mining Ordinance. We as an organization feel strongly that anyone that engages in this industry should follow the ordinance that's provided. We believe this application, Lecanto Sand, has gone through the process and has met all the strict requirements of the Citrus County Mining Ordinance. The ordinance allows waivers, which has been mentioned. Lecanto Sand has abstained all the waivers of the property owners except for one. Therefore, we feel the applicant with the waivers has met the requirements of the Citrus County Mining Ordinance. I respectfully thank you all very much, Dixie Hollins. Any questions, I'll be glad to take them.
Thank you. Any questions? Thank you for your comments.
How many minutes to go? How many minutes did I go?
I think you hit 5.
4:15, I believe.
Oh, I'm out of the hook. Thank you all. Safe travels.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Madam Chair, for the record, Gene McGee, Homosassa. It's very good to see each of you here today. I don't get to come very often anymore. It's nice to see you. I come here today as someone who lives in this neighborhood, believe it or not. My home on Spring Breeze Way is less than a mile from this property. And I think you know me well enough that if I believe this project threatened my neighborhood or the quality of life of this place, I wouldn't be up here advocating for it. You all know me. I've lived and worked in Citrus County for over 30 years, and I don't represent residential or commercial developers. This is kind of the first land code thingy I've been involved in, maybe my last after tonight. I took this one on because I believe this applicant is a good business person trying to correct previous wrongs. A lot of what you've heard tonight is not due to his actions. He's having to clean up this mess. I think this project makes sense for Citrus County. As Mr. Holland said, sand mining is not limestone mining. There's no blasting, rock crushing. Sand is something that we need as a growing county for roads, construction, utilities, and development. And I think your staff agrees that if sand's going to be mined in Citrus County, this is an appropriate area. It's been mined there for 50 years. Sometimes regulation has the unintended consequence of keeping smaller operators like Mr. Carollo out of the industry. And I think it speaks to the quality of his application that established industry leaders who have helped develop these strict mining regulations are here today supporting his application. Make no mistake, this applicant's been put through the ringer. Staff and the special master have applied the very strictest interpretation of the Land Development Code, as they should. That's their job, and I'm proud of them for doing that. They've done an excellent job ensuring this application dots every I and crosses every T, contrary to some opinions you've heard today. Lecanto said has met every test, accepted the stipulations, cleared every hurdle except one, and that's the setback involving a single neighboring 5-acre tract. Every other surrounding property owner has signed a waiver supporting the 150-foot setback rather than 500 feet. One remaining property owner has not, and as you've heard, he's the one who sold him the property. He's in the business competing with him. Those are the facts and part of the totality of the circumstances before you. I'm not a lawyer, but my reading there is there's a legitimate question under your code about the setback language and what it actually means. I mean, the ordinance uses terms like property line and residentially committed property, and they don't mean the same thing. The code deliberately treats sand different than other materials, but it's not always reflected. It's inconsistent. Personally, I don't think a 500-foot setback from the property line is proper or even really what was intended. Ultimately, commissioners, that's why these decisions come to you. Staff applies the code, right? The special master reviews the evidence, and they've both done that and recommended this project to you. But you were entrusted with looking at entrusted with looking at the entire record, the intent of the code, and the needs of this community, the totality of the circumstances. This is a needed resource in an appropriate location, supported by every surrounding neighbor but one, with an applicant willing to accept substantial conditions to protect the community. I live here too. I believe this project's good for Citrus County, and I would respectfully ask for you to approve it with a 150-foot setback. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Next speaker.
Chair, if I may, before we conclude, may I please have a speaker card for the applicant and the intervener?
Yes.
Thank you.
To the board.
Could you state yes, thank you, your name and where you live.
To the board. My name is Douglas Joyner, and I've been out there on Fraser Hull Peach Archery about 40 years. So I can tell you what pits were there and what pits was not there. And the young man, I think he did a good presentation on what was said and what need to be addressed. And with those trucks coming out there, you have to be there to know how many trucks was coming out there within an hour. I imagine I counted about 100 trucks within an hour time limit. Just to bring to your reminder, it was an accident right up before the bridge where the county has their rock pit. An accident was there, a young lady was killed there, all because of a truck coming out from that pit. And those trucks coming out from that area, even though it's a red light there, but just imagine the school buses come through there, loaded with children, parents taking their kids to school, and those trucks coming out there on that road. Just imagine what would happen. So I say to you, you know, take that in consideration. And also the environment. We don't know how far he can dig in those pits, but we have some of the finest water coming out of that aquifer. And if you've been around in that area, if you're drinking some of the well water, you would understand that you wouldn't want to lose that. And I'm afraid that we homeowners that has wells around there would lose our well. And they will either go into sand or we will be contaminated. I checked my water just about every 3 years to see what I have in it. And I had to do it this year, and so far it's been fine. Some of the finest drinking water you want to taste. So I say to you, take in consideration of what has been said and what you see when you cast your vote. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Next speaker.
Hi there, Nick Giordano from Hernando. I don't really have a lot to say that hasn't already been said. I just wanted to show my public opposition. But I hope you listen to what was brought today, presented by Curtis behind me. If all that was presented and true in what he was saying, they really have shown to like skirt around a lot of the rules and all that. And, why wouldn't they, if they're allowed to, why wouldn't they try and skirt around, maybe more rules? That's pretty much all I wanted to say, just, my public opposition to it. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Next speaker. Anyone else would like to speak on this application?
My name is Randy Messer, and I was looking at the Special Master's recommendations. And what he said is there's no heavy processing, blasting, crushing, and material processing is strictly prohibited on the site. Based on the Special Master's recommendation, they will not be allowed to accept yard waste, plain clearing debris, or any other waste products. That's my concern that's taking place out there. And Special Master, that's what he suggested. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Anyone else? Come on up.
My name is Alan Garman. I do work for the Lecanto Sand Mine, and we have done other work in other mines for him as well. As part of the permitting process, they have done deep borings in that area, and plenty of them. So for people that are worried about the water level getting into the aquifer, it's not going to happen. And that's also regulated by SWIFMUD. We have to submit those borings to the agencies. If someone does have a shallow well, there may be a potential, but if they're deep wells into the aquifer, this excavation should not affect them at all. So if they do lose a well, one good way to condition and put it is make the owner responsible. If they lose a well in there, make the owner responsible for that, or whoever they may be. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker. Anyone else would like to speak on behalf of this application? Okay, I'll close the public portion. The applicant, would you like to come up and have any rebuttal? Okay.
Just want to address a couple of things that were brought up, and I think everybody's heard a lot of everything. A lot of the big things, bring up the aquifer. That was our engineer that was up here that addressed that. And a lot of the big stance from everybody was saying, they're doing this, they're doing that without a permit. Well, we didn't need a permit, and that was for staff. We had multiple meetings with staff during our due diligence where we were told that we could do that. At this whole time, since we've been there, we only owned the Henley property for 3 to 4 months. That hole was dug when we got there. We have been extremely proactive with trying to fix things that were deficient from the past to a point where we're expending our own money to do it. We're one of the very few people that contributes to fixing the roads, And, you know, we want to be good neighbors. We want to reach out to these people and we want to be part of the community with them. As Alan said, you know, this is not our first mine. We're not going to come in here and run it wrong. We try to come in here and do everything above standard. Another thing to point out too, which Mr. Hollins pointed out, is that sand mines are temporary. They're gone in 3 to 4 years, depending on the amount and the amount of rate that comes out of there, and then it moves on to its next future use. We talked about the aquifer and a lot of that there, that we'll never even get close to that. Something that was brought up is that we got approved certain dig depths from Swift Mud, and we actually went to them and went higher above that to come to at our meetings with them. So we're going above and beyond. It's I feel like things were pointed out, like we're doing the berms at 8 feet. We're going above the standard. We met the standards on some of them, and we're going above the standard on many things as well. We're really trying to work with staff, work with the county, and we'd like to work with our neighbors moving forward to make it right with everybody. We would like to restate, you know, we are asking for the rezoning on this. We're asking for it with the 150-foot setback exemptions from the waivers that we got from the neighbors, minus the one, but we'd like that waived as well. And that's all I got. I appreciate all of your time, and if you have any questions for me, I'd be happy to answer them.
Board? Commissioner Barrick.
If you were told that one of the conditions was you have to continually keep Hoskins paved and to pave McClure, would you be willing to do it?
Just the front part of Hoskin
Yeah.
and all the way down? If that was something that, yes.
In other words, you would keep the intersection in good operation, and the McClure that you would be willing to add that condition?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, thank you.
Madam Chair?
Commissioner Bass.
So one of the first questions that I asked you, I said, is this considered a new mine? And you said yes. And the agenda describes it as one. So if this is a new mine, I believe then a permit is required because it hasn't demonstrated that it's been in operation. Here's my concern. So two things. You've been operating this without a permit as a mine. And if it was denied today, what's the recourse to put this back to how it was prior to receiving the approval? The second one, not directed at you, but it's at Mr. Bryant doing drone surveillance of private property. So, I mean, we've got what I'm considering to be two bad actors here. That concerns me, that you're doing something without having approval to do it. And I'm concerned that we have somebody that's violating the law to do surveillance of private property. And I guess, are we going to do board comment before we take a motion?
Of course.
Okay, I'll leave it
Can I
at that.
respond to that, Commissioner?
Sure.
Yeah, we've been very much harassed by people from drones, from the public on this, and with that, I would like to refer back to Joanna here. Before we bought the property, going through and all the documents and meeting with staff and going through it and asking the specific question of, can we dig on this property? And the answer was yes.
Then I want to ask the question, how could staff give them permission to do something if this is in the county's agenda describes it as a new mine?
We have it on code compliance case. There's a code compliance case for a reason. We did not give them permission to do it. I don't know what to tell you on that. There's a historical mine, but continuous operation has not been proven.
The one gentleman made the comment there that just 3 years ago, he knows that Dirt Boys was digging out there. We have,
Please, no comments from the audience.
The comment that he made was that 3 years ago when he went by there, he saw them in operation. We also have time-lapse videos that we've researched that show the digging out there. The Henley property we just bought was dug like that when we got it. That they've been digging off there for decades. We only bought that 2 to 3 months ago, or 3 or 4 months ago at tops. There's no possible way we could have.
I know people are frustrated. I'm sorry, I'm just obeying the rules. So people in the audience, he has a chance of rebuttal. But remember that you are sworn in under oath. Just everybody keep that in mind. Commissioner Kennard, or Bays, are you finished?
I'm going to make a motion to deny CPA-AA-PUD-2005-00010 based on competent and substantial evidence in the record and the applicant's failure to demonstrate compliance with the applicable provisions of the Citrus County Comprehensive Plan and Land Development Code, including but not limited to the mining master plan requirements, residential setback requirements, compatibility requirements, financial responsibility requirements, reclamation requirements, traffic access requirements, and comprehensive plan policy 17-13-4, together with the findings placed in the record concerning existing unauthorized activities on the property.
I'll second that. I was prepared to make that motion myself, and I would like to add to it. I would like to have this board direct the county attorney to seek an injunction to stop all unpermitted activity on that site. I was prepared to make that motion before Commissioner Bays because it appears to me that in addition to what she stated, that there's been a disregard for DEP's involvement out there, disregard for staff's recommendations and involvement out there. The very first question I asked was whether or not there was still yard debris being brought out there, and the answer was no, but apparently it certainly looks like there has been.
The picture he sent you is from July 21st.
And disregard for our LDC, so I'm going to second it.
Madam Chair.
Commissioner Davis.
And I agree with both of you, but I'm very concerned about the gopher tortoises because if you are mining like that without regard for anything, then were they relocated or did you just mow right over them?
No, the gopher
because
tortoises.
that population is in
Absolutely.
tanking.
The gopher tortoise population that he referenced there is on the back 45 that has not been touched.
But but if that was if that land had been fallow from mining for a while, the big pit that is there now, unless those gopher tortoises were relocated, you know there were gopher tortoises. They move in very quickly.
The property, for us to be able to do it on there for the ERP requirement is a gopher tortoise relocation. That is a requirement from us. So on the 25.
And I'm asking, was it done and do you have proof?
For the 45 acres?
For what has already been dug on?
For what was already been dug on, per the staff, we were told that we could keep going.
Without gopher tortoise relocation?
We were told that we were never told we had to do a gopher tortoise relocation on the 25 old property.
Okay, I was just satisfying my curiosity, so thank you.
Commissioner Barrick, do you have anything? You spoke first.
If you're done with the applicant, he can sit. It sounds like you guys have gone beyond rebuttal and questions.
Yes. Thank you.
Thank
Ms. Coutu, before I take the vote, I just want to make perfectly clear that no one from staff told the applicant that they could keep mining.
No, that's a bit of a surprise to me, too.
Okay. Well, we have a motion and a second on the table. All those in favor? Aye. Any opposed? Motion carries 5-0. Motion to deny carries. Thank you all for being here. Thank you for your testimony. And it's 7:21. This meeting's adjourned.
Yes. Yes.